never managed that in my life. But this is kind of your sewing room equivalent, isn't it? Of being that organised that you've got your big one and then you've got the smaller one. Now this is $18.95, but isn't it super cute? Maybe this is the one that you take to workshops, because you've still got your little tray, you've got your handy pin cushion, you've got the pocket. Look, fat quarters in there. That doesn't come with it, we're just showing you can easily fit that in there. So that's fat quarters in there. It's that same quirky design that you're getting, but you could fit at least 2 of those fat quarters and
bits you need. So all the projects in the magazine, I either make some of them, but I do all the instructions.
Because you, for each magazine, you have 6 projects that you do yourself.
Yeah, there's a big section in the magazine that's always based on a theme, like it might be a room or a colour or a season, and I make 6 projects for that. And that's what this apron was from. It was from a kitchen section. Hey. And that was the apron. There were some other kitchen items that went with it in the same fabrics, but that was one of them.
So today, this is our kitchen apron.
Kitchen, yes.
Could be easier to say. Kitchen apron. I might not say that very, very quickly. But this is it. This is it in different colours. This is how it was in the magazine.
Yes, yeah.
We've got a different take on it for you today, in a beautiful marina style.
It's more
which
sort
I
of
love it.
seaside.
Yeah, I'm enjoying
seaside
that.
beach hut.
So for the full kit, it's $18.95. But as part of the kit, you get all of the fabric, full instructions, and even the thread. I love that. Yeah. Even the thread is included.
Everything
so
there you need.
Everything that you need is good to go. Just basically add time and pins.
Indeed, yes.
Perfect. And the instructions. Well, you've got the instructions. Yeah. So what I love about the instructions is that they are so clear, easy to follow. Of course, we've got this show to show you how to do them. But look, they're just great quality as well. Once you've made it once, you can make it again in other materials. Yeah. But once you've got it there, you are good to go. Step-by-step instructions. You see, this is what you do, isn't it? This is all these step-by-step instructions and the photos. Nice.
And you get half a metre of each of the fabrics, so you can make it in anything after you've made it with the ones in your kit.
I love the kit. I have to say. What we like to do here is bring you fabrics sort of for next season. So for me, this is coming into spring. This is about This is about getting ready for your spring, summer holidays.
Yeah, well, it's a new range that they've brought out, and it's very sort of seaside, beach hutty.
When we say they, it's Macawa, isn't it?
Yeah, Marina by Macawa. And there's quite a few fabrics in the range, and we've just picked 3 that really work well with this apron.
Let's have a look, because these remind me of the Simpsons clouds, the chocolate. So where do we start with this? We get the pack.
Yeah, you get your pack, and then in the instructions it tells you how to cut the fabric in what sizes you need. So the skirt fabric, which is the striped one, but remember with this kit you get 1/2 metre of 3 fabrics, so you can put them in any order you want.
Oh, so you could have the clouds at the bottom?
So you could have clouds at the bottom and a stripy top, or you could have stripes going around the waistband and the necktie.
Oh,
and
nice.
So you can mix them and match them. So the skirt fabric you don't need to cut out, that's easy.
Okay.
But the other 2 fabrics you do.
Okay.
And in the instructions it tells you. So start off by cutting those out.
Okay, so when we've cut those out, because basically today we've got some of the points of the apron that are a little bit more technical, because this is sort of an intermediate
type it is.
Project,
it's not a complete beginner, but I mean, you know, the instructions are written for someone who hasn't sewn before. So if you were a beginner, you could try it, but it's for someone who's used a machine, is quite proficient with it, but just wants to up it to the next level and use a few more techniques.
I like this. I like that we're bringing you the next level. So
and this is a nice apron.
Yeah.
You know, this
It's
isn't
a
an
lovely
apron that
apron.
you make marmalade in because you wouldn't want to get it dirty. It's an apron that you wear because you want to look lovely in. Although, I mean, it's all cotton, so it'll go in the washing machine. So.
Do we have to wash it before we start working with it?
Well, in theory you do, because they might shrink, but the way I think about it is these fabrics are all the same. They're all made in the same way, so they'll all shrink together at the same time.
Okay.
I pre-wash sometimes, not always.
Okay.
I know
All
you
right.
probably should, but, you know, always in too much of a rush to keep going.
To get going.
Get
So
going
let's
and
get
do the next
going.
bit.
Let's get going.
So what you've done now is you've cut out all your fabrics into the right pieces, and
that's all in the instructions.
and we're going to start off by attaching the neckband, which goes across here, to the bodice. So you place them right sides together and sew along there, which I've already done for you.
What sort of seam allowance are we adding in here?
It's a 1.5 centimetre, which is put in there, 5/8 of an inch in imperial.
Okay. So, I mean, we're not showing you how to sew in a straight line, because we're assuming you know how to sew in a straight line. But the next thing is...
Yeah, so when you've done that, you then press the seam open and open it out. And now you've got your top and your bottom.
Nice.
But this is now a rectangle.
Right.
And a rectangle doesn't look very nice here because obviously we're narrower here and wider at the waist.
Okay.
So to make it fit better and sit better, you need to shape it. So in the instructions, it tells you how far to measure from the centre to here. And can you see that you then draw a line from the mark you've measured there down to that bottom corner?
I was wondering what that was there for.
And then when you've done that, I'll show you.
Hey, now look at these bad boy scissors. These are
really lovely, big, sharp dressmaking scissors.
These are your Fiskars. They are beautiful to work with. They're part of our essential kit range because, as far as I'm concerned, you always need the best scissors that you can go for and that you can afford. These have got such a long blade on them. We're looking at 27 centimetres here, which just makes cutting out large amounts of fabrics an absolute breeze and perfect for everyday cutting. It's going to go through layers. It's just brilliant. So, and you've seen how that just easy work of that.
So you cut one side and the other side, and then you get the piece because the bodice is lined, which
I like this. This is.
it makes it a proper apron.
Yes.
And it gives it for 2 reasons. You get a neater edge, otherwise it would be flappy here. And it gives the bodice a little bit more weight.
Okay.
And it looks nice from the inside. And when you've got it hanging up in the kitchen, you don't want all fade ends.
You do not want fade ends.
So you get your
and
nice
fatty
piece
bits.
rectangle for the back. You put the front on top, and I've already done this to save a bit of time. And then you just cut round it. So now I've got 2 pieces.
Yes.
Exactly the same size. But
Okay.
obviously that strap isn't needed on the inside because that's just the line.
Yes.
So what you do next is, before this, you've already made the neckband, which is the bit that goes around here. So you'll have made this already, which it tells you in the instructions.
Now, the reason that we're going through this part quite quickly is because we want to get to the ruffling
which is
of the skirt
more
and
complicated.
some more complicated bits. So in the past, we've shown you how to top stitch, which is all that has happened for this. We will show you some more top stitching in a moment, but all of the techniques that you'll learn throughout this is what's been used to do this. So this is just a length of fabric.
Yeah, you just sew it right sides together, turn it inside out to make a tube, and then top stitch.
Okay.
And that's your neckband. So what you do is, and I'm going to just take it from this sample, is you pin your neckband there, 1.5 centimetres in because that's your seam allowance.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I'll put that one down there. Then you take your lining fabric, which we cut to size just a little bit earlier, and then you pin it together all the way round. Yeah. And then you just sew it at the
On
side.
3 sides.
Across the top, and then because you need to leave the bottom open.
Yes.
So we've done that now. And
So
then
you'd then turn that out and
here's one I made earlier.
it will look like this.
Then you turn it the right sides out with through this gap in the bottom, and then that's what it looks like. So you've got the top,
Yes.
the bodice, the neck strap, and then there's the lining on the back.
Nice. Okay, now we're going to slow this down.
Yes,
and we're going to move on to the next bit, because the next bit is really important.
Yeah, the next bit is you've now got to join together. There's 3 pieces of fabric used for the waistband and the ties. A shorter piece in the middle and longer pieces on the back.
Why do you do short in the middle, long either side?
It helps with when you attach the skirt, because the skirt is only attached to the waistband and not any of the ties. It helps to line it up, and also it's for cutting it across the width of the fabric. The fabric's not wide enough to cut it in 1.
Right.
You could cut it in 2, but then you'd have a seam in the centre.
Ah, now you see, this is it. Who
wants a seam in the centre?
Bit, right?
You want a seam, on the sides. If you're making like a dress like this, you would have the seam on the sides. You wouldn't have it in the middle. So that's why.
Yeah.
So what you do is you get your short piece of fabric in the middle.
And again, all of these instructions as to the lengths to cut them to is all in your instructions.
And you place it right sides together with one of the longer ones. And then I'll just show you doing this.
Do you do a little backwards stitch or anything to hold it?
Oh, you're not supposed to do that, are you? Not supposed to put needle pins in your mouth, but I always do.
It makes
One day I'm going to swallow them. And then you do a little backward stitch, because obviously that stops it coming undone. So all the way to the end, and then when you get to the end, do another backward stitch, and then that's your seam. Cut it off. These are massive scissors. And then you've got a nice seam. Press it open, and there we go.
Do you want me to press that for you?
No, it's fine, because I have done one the other side to show you. So there's the other one. There's the other one the other side. So now you've got a long strip.
Let's hold this out. So this is your long. Wow, it is long, isn't it?
Yeah, so the ties go from the seam to there, and the bit in the middle is the waistband.
So that's your central piece there. And
as you can see, it's too wide for the width of the fabric.
Right.
So that's why you have it in 3 rather than
So that's going to be your centre bit of your pinny there, and then these are your ties.
And you have to make 2 of those.
Okay.
2 identical. One goes on the outside and one is for the lining, because we're lining that, obviously.
This pinny, when you look at it, it just is professional from start to finish. So when you make it, it really is an absolute joy. This is something that you will have for years and years and years. All of the fabrics are here for you. Today is our first day where every show has a kit, which have all been in the magazines. So they might look a bit familiar. They might be ones that you've looked at if you get Simply Sewing, if you subscribe to that magazine, and go, oh yeah, no, I remember that. I always wanted to make that. Never quite got around to it. Never quite had the fabrics. We've taken all of that hard bit out for you. We've sourced the fabric. We've sourced the colours that go together. We've even thrown in your thread for you. Full step-by-step instructions. Beautiful quality, actually. This is what makes me so happy, is that even the instructions are a beautiful quality. It's a heavyweight, so it's not going to rip or tear.
No, it's not just thin paper. It's a really nice heavyweight, and it's laid out exactly as it would look in the magazine, so you get a real feel for how we do things.
This will be going in my folder of patterns that I
and I know they work, because I've made about 4 of these aprons now, so they definitely work.
Is that what everybody gets for Christmas?
Yeah, everyone has to go. No, I've made one for here. I've got one at home, and my daughter said, "Can I have it when you finish?"
Oh, then you know you've made something good, don't you?
I will give it to her when we finish.
Oh.
So what you do now, we're now going to make the skirt.
Oh, good. Right.
So remember I said to you don't need to cut out the skirt fabric. This is 1/2 metre of fabric.
Fab.
I'm not going to show you this bit because that's simple, but you turn the sides and the bottom edge under by 1/2 centimetre and then under again by 1 centimetre and stitch it down to hem.
Now, we would know this as a double
hem. Yeah, it's called a double hem because it's folded over twice.
When you fold it for the first time with 1/2 centimetre, would you then press that?
Yeah, always. Well, I press everything. I probably constantly. I have my eye next to my sewing machine. So press the 1/2 centimetre all the way round.
Yes.
Then press the centimetre all the way round.
Right.
And then sew it down.
And that's on 3 sides?
Yes, not along the top. So it's the hem and then the sides. And then that's all ready to attach.
Look how neat this is. This is going to be a pinny, like we've said, if you do make your marmalade in it, then and you get a bit sticky and messy, it's fine to go in the wash. But that's why you need a double hem, isn't it? Because it just it means that the hem is enclosed, the raw edge is enclosed, so it's not going to fray, and you're going to get longevity from this. If you're making something as lovely as this is an item that you keep. This is something that your kids remember you wearing. It's one of those things, isn't it?
So, you want it to last. And that's why whenever I make things, it's always double hemmed and it's lined, because it's got to last. It's not just about show. It's about making something that lasts forever.
Well, you know how to make these things. Because the dress that you're wearing, you made.
I did, my banana dress. I don't know whether you can see it very well, but my banana dress.
Take a step back and give us a little bit. It's got bananas. It's amazing. See, that's why we get our professionals in. They know their onions or bananas.
Right.
So, Rebecca, did you design this as well?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. I looked at quite a lot of aprons that were available on the high street and different ones, and I wanted it to have that sort of 50s domestic goddess housewife vibe. Nice. And so I made it from that.
So for $18.95 for the whole kit, that's very competitive.
Well, it is. They cost about £40 or £50. If you go out and buy, one of this quality where it is all lined and made with decent cotton fabric and it's got button and all the buttonholes and everything, it would cost £40 or £50. And I know because I looked at lots of them.
She's done her research. Yeah. So you can get the kit for $18.95. So by comparison, great value.
It's really good. I mean, it'll take you a couple of hours to make.
Yep.
And there you go.
This is the joy of it, though, isn't it? And the fabric is fun. It is.
I really like
just
Macao
great
fabric.
Fun.
It's a cotton, like a quilting cotton, but it's got a little bit more weight than some of the
hasn't
others, so it irons up better.
Which you want with that fall.
It's a really nice thing to cut because it's very crisp, and as soon as you press it, it's a nice fabric to work with. One of my favourites.
Fave.
I use loads of the different ones in the magazine, but I like this one.
So we've done a double hem.
Double hem.
Round 3 edges,
now,
not along the top.
If you look at the apron, which you can see, it's gathered all around the top.
Yes.
So we're not going to pleat it, we're just going to gather it. So what you do is you set your sewing machine to its longest stitch length, whatever that is.
Now, this might be known to some as a tacking stitch.
Yeah, it could. I mean, you could do it by hand in a tacking stitch, but it's much simpler. Just set your sewing machine to the longest stitch, and then you stitch all across the raw edge, so the one opposite the hem, all the way from one end to the other. We were just looking at the gathering there. So from one end to the other with the longest stitch. And the important thing is to remember.
Can you do this by hand?
You can tack that by hand. It's just quicker to do it by machine, but you could.
Okay.
And just take care when you do it, because it's such a long stitch. It goes through the machine a lot quicker. So you have to keep hold of it. And what you do is you stitch that line just 1 centimetre for the edge, because that line of stitching you're not going to be able to see later. You don't want to be able to see it, so that will sit within the seam allowance.
Now we cut 2 strips of the waistband because that will then encase all of these gubbins.
So you always do your gathering stitches within the seam allowance, so that they'll be hidden later. So leave long tails at either end because you need them.
At me upstairs saying, is that a technical term? Gubbins.
Gubbins,
it is,
yes.
Actually, yeah.
Yes, it is, definitely.
It might not be in the instructions, but you know what I mean. Next edition, can we please have untuck the gubbins?
Yeah, we normally call it, basics. So you've got your nice ends here.
Yeah, no, you said to me you've got to leave long ends.
Yeah, leave the long ends because you're going to need them.
Okay.
So what you do now is you just take one, because there's obviously one at the back and one at the front. You just take one like this and you pull it. Don't pull it too hard or it'll break.
This reminds me of pencil pleat curtains.
Oh yeah.
It's that sort of thing, isn't it?
So don't pull it, don't really yank. I mean, it's strong, it's polycotton thread, so it won't break easily, but if you really yank it, it'll come undone. And then you'll have to resew it, which is quite annoying.
So this is one of these take your time to do. Yes, you've got polycotton. Why is polycotton so important to you?
It's just stronger. Like this? It's stronger. Polycotton is just stronger.
Okay.
And it lasts longer as well. Cotton thread eventually will rot.
Okay.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Polycotton doesn't. And it's strong. I mean, I know a lot of people always think, well, if you're using cotton fabric, you should use cotton thread. But I just, if you're sewing, you want to use something that's strong, that's not going to keep breaking in the machine, and will last the washes.
Yes.
So,
which is why we put the thread in for you.
I mean, it's up to you, but I always use a decent quality, and luckily the thread that we've got in the kit is a really good quality thread, because there are different ones, and this is the one that I use because it's good.
You've got quite a history of sewing and making things, sort of spanning.
Oh,
20
well,
years?
forever.
Oh,
Yes,
forever.
I've been sewing forever. But yeah, I mean, I've been working on sewing magazines for 20 years.
So
It's quite a long time.
when Rebecca says, so we've sourced you good thread, we've sourced you
Yeah,
good
no,
thread.
they are. It is really good.
And the material, you know, when it's a nice heavyweight cotton, it's been chosen for a reason, hasn't it?
Yeah, because
And
it does hang better. So look, now we've gathered that. So I'm going to get my waistband strip back again. Well, which I've now...
Now, if you've just joined us this morning, it is Simply Sewing's second birthday. Simply Sewing is our sister magazine. If you had to describe what Simply Sewing's brief was when it comes to market, what is it that what's your aim in every
Well, we like
edition?
we include home sewing and dressmaking. So it's
Okay.
for anyone who wants to sew, whether it's clothes or items for the home or gifts or whatever. And it's aimed at beginners, but it covers all levels really. So
Right.
the way that we write the instructions, they are for people who have just started, but then we do have other projects that are for more intermediate sewers. So
Like this.
where
Yes.
although the instructions don't assume knowledge, but we wouldn't then go into detail about how to thread your sewing machine up, how to set your seam allowance. We would just say sew a seam. So,
Yeah.
but I think that's the level it's aimed at, but really it's more sort of aspirational. It's about making things for yourself or for your home that you actually want.
Yes.
That you
What
see
is it
for
that they
sale.
say? If something doesn't bring you joy or isn't functional, whoosh, get rid of it. This will bring you joy and is functional. So
But it needs
it's
to be
double bubble.
something that you actually want, not just think, oh, I made this, and people go, oh, that's really clever. It needs to be something you actually want, otherwise what's the point?
We've got the whole kit
So-
for you. Because that's the thing. I know that when I've looked at magazines numerous times, I've gone, I really want to do that. But by the time that I've gone to the shop and I've forgotten to take all of the list of everything that I need with me, I then can't remember. So I then don't buy enough fabric or buy too much. Forget all of that. What we've done for you today is put everything in a kit. So all 4 shows today, all kits, all have been featured throughout Simply Sewing's 2 years of publication. And we're lucky enough, if you've just joined us, to have Rebecca Reid, our technical editor, with us. So we're using 100% cotton Macawa fabrics here, part of the Merino range. What do you do?
Well, you remember I've just gathered it up. So
Yes.
now, the waistband section of this joined piece, can you see there?
So we had 2 long sections and then the central section, which
the
was a little bit
skirt
shorter.
needs to fit exactly across here.
Ah,
So
okay.
what you do is make sure it's the right way up, because this print has got a specific way
It's
up. You
directional.
don't want the boats to be upside down. So
Okay.
right sides together, and then if you pin the end of this turned under edge
Yeah.
on here to match that up exactly.
Yes.
Open the pins.
Now, if you're watching at home, what you're getting in this kit is 3 lots of 1/2 meters of the Macawa fabrics. They all match beautifully together. You get the threads, you get the instructions. Everything is good to go. So by the time that you've watched the show as well, that's everything that you're getting. By the time that you've watched this as well, you are super good to go.
Yes.
Yes.
So when you've done that end, now you need to pin the other end, and then we can make sure they fit.
So you're opening out the seam
I've roughly
allowances.
done it to make sure that it sort of fits.
Yeah.
Open up the seam allowances and
Roughly ruffled.
and match the edge of this to that seam.
Right, let me
You
just
see
show.
that?
Let me just show this. So here's your seam allowance along there.
Yeah, well, that's your seam.
Your seam, sorry, and then you're going to put that
the hemmed edge right up to it, so it all
So
comes
it
down in a
abuts.
nice line.
Nice, and then pin.
And then I'm going to do it from this side. 'Cause I want
Right
to sew from
sides
this
to
side.
right sides.
Right sides together. Let's open the seam allowances, and the reason you do that is because it lies flatter. Otherwise, you've got bulk on one side or the other. So put a pin in there, and when you get to that pin, you'll have to take it out. So to make sure that this, so then it might move. To make sure it stays straight while you're moving, put another one in down below.
Now these pins that we're using today, glass-headed nickel pins. Do you know what? Bright yellow. They're down the bottom of the screen there. There. £3.45. You're getting 95 pins in there. These are a great little add-in to your basket. Remember, your postage is only charged per day, not per item or anything like that. Bright yellow pins, I love because I don't lose them.
You can see them. It's
Yeah.
really very useful.
It's really important.
And you might not
for
sew,
me.
you're less likely to sew over them as well and break your
Yes.
machine needle.
So visibility for me, especially Well, yeah. I used some the other day that weren't glass-headed, and I left one in, and I nearly scratched my child.
But also, if with beans glass-headed, you means you can iron on top of them, press on top of them. If you get the plastic head ones, they melt.
Plastic-headed ones, yeah.
And that not only ruins your pins, but your iron as well.
Possibly your day.
Probably your day. But if you get glass-headed ones, then you don't. If you can iron over them, and you want to be able to iron over them, don't you? Well, I do. I always want to iron over them.
Do you know what? Pins. You don't know where your sewing journey is going to take you. So I would buy for success.
Yes.
And go with the glass-headed.
Well, it's not worth. And also,
and
if you get sort of lower quality pins as well, they're not as sharp. And it's really hard. And this is, really tightly woven cotton fabric. If the pins are rubbish quality, then they're thicker and they're not very sharp. Waste of money.
Treat yourself.
Well, they're not expensive pins, so.
Well, £3.45 were they? £3.45 to treat. That's.
It does make a difference.
Treat yourself. And do you know what? If you've got your basket open, why not just pop them in?
Yeah. I would, because it's worth it. So now, what we
just very quickly before we go on, I've been asked to remind you about messages, because we do love to hear from you. So the best way to get in touch is on the website. So if we get onto the website, which is sewingquarter.com, when you've logged in and registered, that's us. Look, there we are, Rebecca, doing our thing. Oh, yeah. And then underneath. There we go. Oh, there's your glass-headed pins. Underneath is Message Studio.
Oh, okay.
That's the best way to get in touch. My dog sent a message in yesterday.
That's amazing.
I know.
Very clever. I don't think my dog could do that.
No, Eric sent a message in. He said, please, it was when we made those massive round cushions.
Oh, yeah.
And his message apparently was, because I read it afterwards, please, could I bring it home for him?
Oh, and have you?
No. Oh. I'm going to make him his own.
You have to make him his own, yeah. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and it'll be a surprise. So there we go. But this kit today is your apron. I love this. Everything is put in there for you. There's been a movement towards this, isn't it? You can now get cookery kits and stuff where everything is sent to you through the post.
Well, also,
it's great.
It makes a really good present as well.
Yeah,
I buy a lot of kits for people as presents, and sometimes it's quite hard to find the kit you want, and it's really nice that we're doing them. So I'll find instructions or in a book, and then I'll have to go make the kit and buy all the fabric. So it's really nice that you can get all of this together.
And like you say, a perfect gift.
Present.
Whether it's something that you're making to then gift to someone, or whether it's the kit that you're then giving to an avid sewer.
Well, if you know someone who sews, everyone wants an apron. You can never have too many aprons. I've got about 5 aprons. Love them for different things, depending on what I'm cooking. Dark aprons.
Oh, really?
Well, I have dark aprons for chocolate. Oh. And then if you've got people coming around for dinner, you've got to have a nice apron like this, haven't you? So when you serve up, you haven't got your chocolate-stained jammy apron on. Oh, like different aprons. Big aprons for like chutney making.
Of aprons.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I'm getting the feeling here you're a bit of a domestic goddess.
No, I just
general
like
all-round
like
marmalade, chocolate, the whole lot's going.
Not very good at marmalade.
Chutneys.
Not very good at that. But don't you have different aprons for different things?
I'm just generally messy.
Oh, right.
I'm going to be completely honest there. So one apron just has to do me, but producer Paul's saying it's been in my car, it's a right mess. No, I saw something the other day that says you can either have children or a clean car. You can't have both.
No, you can't have both.
And I've got dogs as well, so no chance.
No.
I need to up my pinny game. That's
you do.
What
well, you need to make one of these.
Yeah, no, I do. I love the fabric, and I love the nautical theme here. It makes me think of summer holidays. My parents live in Cornwall. We lived in Cornwall.
It
for
is
a little
very
while.
Cornish. This fabric. There's other prints in the range as well. That's very the little houses and boats and
it's that lovely kitsch
seaside
kind of feel, and this maybe I need to make this for my mum when she's making marmalade in Cornwall.
Yes,
that's the one. That's the one. In fact, we call my dad Captain Barry
because he lives in Cornwall.
Because he lives in Cornwall and he looks like Captain Birdseye,
or
like a slim version. Anyway, back to the he'll love me for that.
So what you need to do now, I've pinned it to both sides, so I know how big this needs to be.
Right.
So as you can see, it's a little bit. If I just quickly run along here, you can see it's a little bit big still.
Right.
So all you do is you pull the gathers, pull that one thread until it fits. You just keep sort of checking every now and then. You can just do it vaguely.
It really is like getting your pencil pleat curtains up.
It is. And it's got to
drawing
fit.
them and then making sure that you've got them sort of evenly spaced and things like that. Now, if you've just joined us, welcome. We're here at the Sewing Quarter making kitchen aprons. We have the technical editor from Simply Sewing here with us today, lovely Rebecca Reid, and we've got a kit for you. Gone are the days of having to go and source things for yourself. Just put in the item code ULGC42 and it will wing its way beautifully to you. Maria's been in touch. Hello, Maria. Good morning to you. She says she loves the shows so SEW much.
Oh, well, I hope she's watching this morning.
Oh, she's having to rearrange her days.
Oh.
Yeah. And she feels like she's learning every day. Do you know what, Maria, I'm with you on that. Because my confidence, since I started working for the Sewing Quarter, my confidence has really improved with my sewing. I'm not afraid to get involved and get my machine out and just get going. Sometimes there's that fear, isn't there, of just doing it.
I know, and the thing is that however long you've been sewing, you learn something new all the time anyway. Yeah. And you just have to do it. And the only reason I can sew like this is because I practice. I sew all day. I sew for my job. I sew for my hobby, and it's just practice, and you just have to do it.
Yeah.
And if it's not perfect and it's not right, it doesn't really matter.
No,
it doesn't really
Next
matter.
one will be better.
The stitch police won't come knocking at your door to go,
oh
my God, look at your top
Are you
stitching.
sure?
So it doesn't really matter. The stitch police.
Now, what are we pinning here?
So now we've made that the right length. We've pulled the gathers. Put an extra pin on the back, and this is just a temporary thing, and take that thread that you've pulled and just wind it round, just in like a figure of 8. It'll just keep it still for now.
This is even like
I'll show you on the other side.
Nautical.
Yes.
Nautical
this is
knots.
Just this,
to go with the nautical apron.
And the reason you do this is so that the gathers will stay still in the same length while you adjust them. Because at the moment, as you can see, I haven't got many there, but I've got more here, and I want them to be evenly spread.
So I'm just going to show you this. So here we go. Let's really get in on this.
Stick a pin on the back, and you'll take this out later.
We do it at that angle.
You just do it in a figure of 8.
Figure of 8 through there.
You see, and now that won't move.
Nice.
So if you just flip it over to the other side, we can have a look at these gathers. I remember I said to you, there aren't so many here.
Yeah.
But you want it to just look nice and even.
Okay. So just take a little bit of time to get this right. Joined today by Rebecca Reid, our technical editor of Simply Sewing. We are so lucky here at the Sewing Quarter to have such a wealth of knowledge, experience, expertise. Producer Paul says that's just in the gallery. No, in our guests, Producer Paul, to be able to bring this to air with the not just a guest, our technical editor, to be able to bring a beautiful kit together. So you don't have to, all the hard work's done for you, or you then just get the pleasure of making it.
So,
and that's what we love doing.
Exactly. Well, it's really nice to show people how to do it, because I mean, I spend all my days writing instructions. I think, I wonder if I said it that way, whether it would be better, or whether it would be better to say it this way. And I turn sentences round and think, shall I call it that? But to be able to actually show people, and sometimes, when readers write in and say, we don't know how to do that, I think, I wish I could just show you.
Do you know, this is the thing.
And that's the difference.
I used to teach, and everybody learns in a different way. You get the kinetic learners, and for me, I'm very much a visual learner. I want to see how it's done, and then have the instructions, the written instructions for a backup. So then when I make it again...
Yeah, I mean, like with this, I think the instructions say adjust the gathers, which, to most people would think, okay, but you might think, well, what do you mean? How do I adjust the gathers? But I would need pages and pages and pages in the magazine to explain properly. But here I can just go, look, you need to adjust the gathers. So just twiddle them along like that.
So we're getting the best of both worlds. We're getting the kit with the instructions for $18.95, plus you're also getting your experience and expertise on the show. It doesn't get any better than that, does it? It's perfect. So you're getting in the kit 3.5 meters of our lovely Macawa 100% cotton fabrics. This is a heavier weight cotton. You want it to fall, and so that's why this has been sourced specifically. Not only that, but the colours go so well. It's part of a lovely Marina collection. It's got that holiday feel. So, fling on your apron, get cooking, but feel good while you do it. I need to up my apron game. I realise this now. Oh, Carol sent a message. Hello, Carol. Love the apron, she says.
Oh, good.
Just perfect as a birthday present.
It is. I think
it's people who love things nautical.
Yes. Or as a kit to give to someone. If you know someone who sews.
She says, thank you very much. Thank you, Carol.
So now we're going to pin them on, and I'm going to pin them from this side, not from that side, because I'm going to sew from this side. And the reason for that is it's easier to hold these gathers flat on the machine and then sew across a flat surface than hold that and try and sew across that
because
surface.
the foot would then dig in and out of the ruffles.
So all you need to do is just make sure you keep these two raw edges lined up. They've got to be even.
Okay.
So just pin it into place.
Now, pins going across this time.
Well, the reason for that is it holds more fabric. And that's what I want. Okay. I don't need, it's not a stretch fabric, so I don't need the stability, which is when you do them the other way. Yeah. It won't stretch, but I want to hold more area, so I can hold all of that. If I put them that way, I'd only be holding that part.
The science of pinning. There is a science
to it,
isn't there?
There's definitely. And also, I mean, then you can do, there's diagonal pinning as well.
Ooh, what? Hang on.
Well, again, that's used for...
When would we diagonally pin?
Well, if you were using a stretch knit fabric or a really lightweight, like a sheer fabric, and when you're stitching a seam, you want it to stay very stable. And if you pin diagonally, you're getting even more stability because you're not across and you're not down, but you've got that diagonal, and it just creates even more.
Nice, but for here,
we're
going along.
We're doing horizontal pinning. Nice, because we want to hold more fabric in place.
These are the answers that we need to know. You see, just the simple thing about changing the way in which you pin just makes a difference. Because I would have been pinning like that because I would have been thinking I won't be able to sew over the top of them.
Think about which way you're going to be sewing when you're in your machine. So when you go in your machine, you'll go in like that, won't you? Mm-hmm. So you want to be able to take the pins out just before you reach them. So make sure the heads of the pins are facing you. Because it's really annoying, and I've done this loads of times.
It's a really simple thing.
It is. When you get the sewing machine there, you try taking that out. Really
no, it's stuck. It's absolutely stuck. And then you have to lift the foot and try and make sure that
before you pin, just think to yourself, which way is it going to go? And actually, if you do get it the wrong way around, just take the time to swap them over, because it will be quicker to swap them over now than it will be than trying to...
How many times? And I know if you're anything like me, you've done it thinking, oh, it's fine, I'll just do it. And then halfway through, why?
And if you do need to, it's much quicker to just pin the other way and then take the first row of pins out much quicker.
There you go. There you go. So you see, this is why we have the technical editor from Simply Sewing In giving us top tips.
Right, so now what we're going to do is sew it on. So shall I show you that?
Yeah.
My pins here, so
I feel like this is a great indulgence that we can give you here at the Sewing Quarters. To be able to bring you the full kit, so you don't have to, go out and source anything. It's beautiful fabrics. It's fabric that's ideal, because that's the other thing. I walk into a haberdashery store. I'm not sure if the fabric's actually going to be suitable for the project.
Well, or if it's the right weight and wash and everything.
That's one thing that, stops me sewing. I was thinking about that the other day. Things that stop me from sewing is my uncertainty. It's my lack of knowledge, even down to fabric weights. You don't have to worry here, because that's why we bought you the kit. And then you know the sort of weight to work with. Perfect. Now, as you're sewing
can I show you something with this?
Please do.
Well, what you need, because we're sewing from this side, we can't really see what's going on with the pleats. And it's important the pleats lie nice and flat.
Right.
So when you get to the next where you are, just hold it flat and just give the bottom of the skirt a little tug, and that will just pull the pleats out. So
hand on the pins, little tug,
just in case. And then if you look underneath, you can see that's nice and straight, because it might have got bunched up a bit from moving it and pinning it.
So don't sew this too fast.
No, and use your 1.5 centimetre or 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, which it tells you in the instructions anyway. And then just every now and then, just give it a little tug.
Yeah.
And then that will make it go nice and straight.
Nice.
Just stop to take out a pin.
Oh, do you know what? When Maria emailed in and said that she's learning all the time, just so right, I would not have attempted pleats.
Well, you see,
but I think I can now.
I've done this before, and I've taken it out.
What luck?
Yes.
What luck?
No, but in the past, and my pleats have all been bunched up, and so I've had to unpick it all.
So and then learn from your mistakes.
And yes, you can learn from my mistakes. Okay. So, and then it just stops that happening. And if you sewed it from the pleat side, you'd be able to rearrange them better, but it wouldn't be as easy to sew. So I've done it from both sides, and I mean, everyone has different ways of doing it. This is just the way I find the easiest.
And that's, I'm starting to realise this. All of our experts have a different way, and this is the richness of sewing, isn't there? There isn't necessarily
a right and a wrong way.
right way.
And also, I mean, I find it easier to do it this way. It doesn't mean to say it's the right way, because somebody else might find it easier to do it another way.
I remember having a conversation with my dad when I was doing my GCSE art and complaining because I was having to get something technically really correct and say, well, how come Picasso got away with it? And he said, I remember my dad saying to me, Sasha, if by the age of 14 you can draw like Rembrandt, then you can change the rules. Yes. I was like, oh, okay then. So start by learning a good way to do it, and then if you want to change it, then do it a different way. We're showing you the optimum way that we think to do it. Now, you might have been taught a different way. That's absolutely fine. We're here to give you a different take on things. If it's the first time that you've tried it, we're here to inspire you, to teach you, but also you get the instructions with the whole kit. So everything is perfect. Lynn, yes, Lynn. Hello, Lynn. She's asked about the Wonder Clips. Now, you can. We spoke about the Wonder Clips. Wonder Clips would be coming up on a later step with this.
Yes, you can use Wonder Clips in another step. You could use them for this.
Would you Wonder Clip the ruffles?
Well, I wouldn't actually, because it doesn't hold as much length. You can, but I wouldn't, because it doesn't hold as much.
There is a time and place for your Wonder Clips.
I mean, they are great, but it would only hold a bit, like a centimetre long, the length of the clip, whereas my pin held a lot more.
Yes.
So for this, I wouldn't. But there is a next stage which they would be brilliant for.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And Jenny sent in a message as well. She says, love the apron design.
Thank you.
Will it transform her into a domestic goddess?
Definitely.
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
Obviously, it doesn't come with that guarantee, but yes.
But yes, of course it will.
Absolutely.
So now you can see, there, if I show it to you like that, there's my skirt.
Oh, nice.
Attached to the waistband, all neatly gathered.
This is a transferable skill, isn't it? So now if you want to make sort of a 50s ruffly skirt...
Yeah, if you want to pleat anything. Pleating, you have to be more precise and it's got to be more... Gathering is a lot easier because you can just do it by eye. So there you go, that's how to gather. And then all your gathering threads are now, as you can see, within the seam allowance. There they are. So you can't see them from the right side. Can you see them there?
Let me show you this. So that there is your gathering thread hidden in, this is my technical term, the gubbins.
Hidden within the seam allowance.
Yes, / gubbins is all there. So then that is all going to be hidden.
So you can't see that. I mean, if you can, and if you get it slightly wrong, you can just pull it out.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
That's the joy of that.
That's just so now all the long threads that you use for gathering.
Yeah.
You don't need any more, obviously.
Okay.
So you can just cut those off.
Lena says thank you very much for this tutorial. Well, it was an absolute pleasure. I'm not having to do very much. It's really thank you to Rebecca, our technical editor of Simply Sewing magazine. 2 years today.
2 years.
So Lena's is that right? Lena's bought the kit today. Is that right? Did I hear that right? Oh, Rebecca's bought the kit today. Yes, Rebecca's bought the kit today. Because here's the thing. Indulge yourself. You deserve it. You deserve a lovely penny to make you feel good. Well, look, how many meals a day do you cook?
Oh, yeah, well, loads.
Yeah,
one a day.
At least.
At least.
My boy has 2 hot meals a day and breakfast.
Wow.
Yeah. We call him a bit of a unit. When your child goes to nursery for the first day and he comes home with a pamphlet for the local rugby club that take them from age 3, he's going to be big. So he's well fed, but it gets monotonous cooking. So make it a bit more fun
and wear a nice apron.
Yeah, because then you feel good.
Exactly. It's nice to do the cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I can't guarantee that it's going to make you, not burn anything. We've just dropped
dropped all the pins on the
there's
floor.
95 of them.
Yeah.
There, Rebecca.
Just give me a minute.
The pins, of course, $3.45 for 95 pins. Don't worry, we'll pick those up in a minute.
I've got some of them.
That's all right.
The rest
We only need some. The kit today, 3 lots of half-metre Macawa fabrics. How you put them together, entirely up to you. You might want the boats on the bottom.
Yeah,
and
I
then
think
the stripes
because
around
then
the...
I mean, and that would be better because it would be darker, so it be clean. Marks wouldn't show up as much.
Yeah.
Or you might want the
unless
dark,
you're working with flour.
or you might want the dark bit on the top. Or...
Oh, it just mix and match.
Well, when you get your kit, lay your fabrics out in different orders, and fold one of the fabrics in to make a little band and just play around with it to see what works for you. So
I love those clouds. I know that my husband at home will be saying they're a bit like the Simpsons clouds.
They are really nice, aren't they?
Yeah, I like them. They're like clouds should be.
So now what we're going to do is we're going to attach the bodice to the skirt, and here's the one that I made earlier.
Okay, yes.
Now the bodice goes centrally along the waistband section of the skirt.
Okay.
Right, so there are two ways of doing this. You can match up the seams and fold it in half.
I'm giggling because I said this to you earlier. Is that how you would do it? And you said, well, you can.
But I wouldn't.
But you wouldn't. Why wouldn't you?
Well, but only because I'm quite a precise person with sewing, not with anything else. And it would annoy me if I hadn't folded it perfectly and it was 0.5 centimetre out. That would
you
really
would see it.
Yes, to
you
me,
would
I would
absolutely
really
see
and
it.
also because I do so much sewing.
Yeah.
Every 0.5 centimetre you're out somewhere adds up to quite a lot at the end.
Somewhere
so with this, actually, it doesn't matter, but that's just the way I sew. So I have done it this way for you.
Okay.
So right sides together.
Yeah.
Match your 2 pins. And then if you are a precise person like me, so pin them together.
Yeah.
You can then get your tape measure.
And just check.
And you can just check.
Whilst you check, thank you very much for your message, Patricia. Lots of tips. She says, brilliant kits. Yeah. She says there'll be an army of domestic goddesses.
All wearing
Thank
these
you,
aprons.
Rebecca. So when we see this army of domestic goddesses, we're blaming you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So now, although I've done that, as
Yeah.
I predicted, it is, see, look, that's 9.8 centimetres. And that,
How much have you got to move it?
I'm about 0.5 centimetre out. See,
Really?
Yeah.
It is that 0.5 centimetres?
And you see, and it doesn't really matter, but it matters to me.
It
And
matters
also, if you get into the habit of making it precise, making it right, then when you're doing something where you're joining lots of pieces of fabric together, where every
like we're doing later?
Yes.
Ooh.
Then, it's important that you get it right.
Good habits from the start. The kit, of course, everything that you need, including the thread. I love that, including thread. How many times have you come to do a project and then not had a thread that matches or run out of thread partway through? No, forget that. Everything is in the kit. So 1.5 metre of fabric, your photographic instructions, written instructions, and your thread, all for $18.95. Perfect present to yourself or somebody else.
So you pin it right sides together and make sure that you've got this on the right side,
Yes.
Otherwise you'll have the strap on the inside. And then when you've done that, take it
back to the sewing machine. This is coming together a treat. I said the show was going to really whiz by. Yeah, it's whizzing.
Oh my God, it is, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh. Right, so you sew this in place. So I'll do that very quickly and then I can show you the next bit.
What seam allowance are we using here?
1.5 centimetre, 5/8 of an inch.
Yes.
Just to give you, someone said to me the other day, what do your readers sew in? Do they sew metric or imperial? I said, well, to be honest, it depends who taught them and how they were taught.
Yes.
And the difficulty is in this country is that we buy our fabrics in metric, but we often sew in imperial.
Yes.
That's what our mums did. And
It's
it gets
a bit
really
of a mishmash,
complicated.
isn't it?
I sew in metric because that's how we do it in the magazine. But some sewing machines, their foot plates are marked with metric seam allowances.
And quilters are all about the imperial, aren't they?
Well, and because a lot of quilting comes from America and they use imperial.
Yeah.
So in the magazine we always give conversions, but try and stick to one or the other, don't mix them. So now look, we've got our bodice.
Hey, it's looking good.
Yeah.
It's looking great.
Oh, I've so many pins on the floor.
It's fine. Now, there was a reason that we did
so I'm going to show you this one that I've already pressed earlier, which is exactly the same as what I've just done.
But ironed.
But what you do then is you press the edges of this waistband to the wrong side by 1.5 centimetres, which is your seam allowance. And can you see that I've done that already? So,
where you sewed across there already gives you the guideline of where to go.
And where you've sewn the skirt on, it gives you the guideline.
So you're just matching up so that then the seam matches all the way around.
So turn both sides, measure to get it so it's nice and accurate. It's got to be the right width. Measure and turn it all under. and on the short ends as well.
Okay, okay.
All the way round.
All the way round,
And
right.
then you remember that when we made this waistband and tie, we made 2 of them?
2, yes.
Right.
For a reason, for a good reason.
For a reason.
Anne's watching. Thank you very much, Anne. Lovely to have your company today. So we are making, of course, the Makawa apron here. It's our kitchen apron for $18.95. Full instructions, full fabric, full thread, everything. You're going to have loads of thread left over, aren't you?
You will do.
It's just helping boost your stash as well.
So you've... now here's the other one that we made, but
yes.
I've pressed the edges under for you already. So in exactly this way, same way, turn them under by 1.5 centimetres and pin them down.
So you have 2 straps, all
Two
pressed.
piece with straps and ties, waistband tie, all turned under. Now what you need to do is find the seams on this piece, and match them to the seams on this piece.
Now remember, when we made the waistband, there was a short section in the middle, and then 2 long bits. So match those 2 seams together. That's a good point, isn't it, to find?
Well, you know, remember what I said to you? You said, why do you do that? I said, well, it makes it easy. Why do you have 3 pieces? Well, firstly, so you don't end up with a seam in the centre, and secondly, you've got something to match up. Now,
you did a lot of research, didn't you, when you were designing this apron? And they are very expensive to buy.
They are. They are. They cost about £40 or £50 to buy, because you know there's a lot of work involved in them and a lot of time, and it's also the design. It's not just your plain sort of just straight curved apron. There's 3 fabrics. There's a bit of style to it, so they cost more.
And so, but you can get it for $18.95. In kit form. This is absolutely perfect. So today is our first day bringing kits for all 4 of our shows, and this is because we are celebrating Simply Sewing, our sister magazine's 2nd birthday. So we've brought you kits throughout the 2 years that you've been going that have been featured in the magazines. Perfect. And this indeed was one of them. One of the favourite ones. Absolutely lovely. So if you are a beginner sewer that's gone, do you know what? Yeah, I can do straight lines. I can do that. What's next?
Well, this is next. And this is using lots of skills. So what I'm doing now is I'm pinning the 2 straps together.
Right.
So when you pin across the bodice, match the turned under edge to the seam. Can you see the seam?
Yes.
So match that one. Pin that on.
So you match the top of it.
The top of it to the seam.
Okay.
Because the seam is where the top of that one is.
That one is. Excellent.
Right? And then when you pin the bottom in place, see, I'm going to have to take all these pins, because the pins I put in when I pressed it, just because I did it in advance. Match the bottom to the seam where you joined the skirt on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah?
And it's all going to work beautifully. We've got 5 minutes left.
So when you've pinned it, you've got to pin it all the way along there and all the way along there.
Yes.
Then you sew it together.
Perfect.
Sew it from the right side though, it'll be neater.
Now this is your top tip, isn't it? Why do we sew from
because
this side?
Despite the fact that these are exactly the same width and they're turned over the same, for some reason if you sew it from one side, it will be slightly different on the other side. It will be slightly odd, and especially in the middle. So what you'll have to do is, because you've pinned it from this side, you want to stitch from the other side, but you can't stitch. So you'll go through the pin. So pin it from this side next, and then take the pins out from the back. Now, and this is where the wonder clips would work.
This is, yes. So who was it, Producer Paul, that was asking about wonder clips? I forget. He said, bear with. Bear with. So but whoever it was, this is now the time for your wonder clips.
If you clip these together, then obviously you don't need to take the pin. You don't need to take the pins out and move them out. You'll have to still do it for this waistband section.
But this bit can be wonder clipped.
You just sew it together all the way around. And then that is... Once that's done, it will look like your apron over there.
Yay! I love this.
So the final thing to do
is
you need to put a button.
Now, so that's basically top stitch around there, and of course the thread that we've put in with the kit is going to provide a slight contrast.
Yeah, it's a pale blue thread, so it just gives you can see it, and it's nice to see the top stitching.
Nice.
So the last thing you do is you need to put a buttonhole in here.
Okay.
Now this can be done by machine or by hand, and I'm not going to show you how to do that because every machine is slightly different.
Right.
And it's a whole nother show.
We were talking about this earlier, weren't we? And you said that you've just written an entire feature.
I have
on making buttonholes.
One of the issue that comes out in a few weeks' time, it's purely about how to machine sew, how to hand sew, whether you do them lengthways, whether you do them.
We're going to have to do this, aren't we? We're going to have to do this as a whole show.
Different shape buttonholes.
Yes.
So Simply Sewing, issue 27.
Okay, that's the one to go. Thank you, Sonia, for your message as well. She's just come in from a night shift. Ooh, she says fantastic show.
And then
what
finally,
have you been doing on a night shift? And she says that she's loving watching step-by-step instructions from you. Thank you very much.
The last thing to do once you've sewn your buttonhole is try your apron on. I'm going to show you, and you know, have a look, have a think. Now, where do I want this to come? Do I want it this high, or do I want it a bit lower?
Watch your mic. Yeah.
So try it on and pin where you want it to be.
Because I would want it possibly a little bit longer.
You might want it a bit lower. And then you just sew your button. Now, the button doesn't come in the kit, and the reason for that is because it's more of a personal thing. Yeah. You know, it's nice. I've covered a button in this fabric, but you can have any button. I know.
Button. I already know the button that I've got in my button stash. Yeah, it's got an anchor on it.
So it's just so you can just choose a button. And obviously, because you make your buttonhole to fit your button, then it doesn't matter which button you use as long as it's not massive.
Everything is in the kit bar the button.
So,
$18.95 gets you 1.5 meters of fabric, 3 different half meters of fabric, the thread and full instructions. So watch the show, get your instructions. The instructions will then give you that lovely recap. 3 half-meter Macawa fabrics. This is great value.
Really good value for what you get in it.
Yeah, and the thread and the instructions, everything, and the fact that you don't have to go out, you don't have to worry about if you've got the right fabrics, the right weight of fabric. You don't have to worry about parking if it's raining or any. No, but parking is you know.
Well, parking costs more than your postage.
Absolutely.
Well, it does if you live in Bath.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
Let's talk about postage very quickly. $2.95 our postage is per day. It's a clever little natty thing we do at the end of the day. No matter how many times you've checked out your basket, at the end of the day, we apply the $2.95.
Yeah,
it's
which
not
is cheaper than parking.
Absolutely. Now, you're clutching a pocket.
Yeah, the final thing you need to do is make a little pocket. So you cut your 2 pieces of pocket fabric out, sew them together all the way around, but leave a little gap.
So you can bag
it
out.
And what you will do, you press the seam open.
Okay.
Well, I'm not going to do that now.
This is all in your instructions.
This is all in your instructions. You trim the corners.
Yes.
To reduce bulk in the seams.
Yes.
Then you turn it right sides out through that little gap, which I'm trying to do really quickly. And then you get a little pocket.
Excellent.
Like so. So you turn that right sides out. There's your pocket. There's one I made earlier.
Nice.
You do a little bit of top stitch across the top, which just makes it look pretty, and then you pop it on your apron.
Decide where you want it.
Yeah, it's worth it. Try your apron on first, and then work out where you want your hand to be. When we did ours, we put it at a little angle.
Nice.
Like that. You're not going to get much in it. It's just a bit of decoration, to be honest.
You're back with us. In an hour. You get to go and have a cup of tea.
A nice cup of tea, yeah.
Sit down, relax, maybe some breakfast.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
That's what people do in the morning, isn't it? They eat breakfast. So we will be back. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks for having me. It was lovely.
You're coming back with an infinity scarf.
Yes, in an hour. Be back with a scarf.
I like. But stay with us all morning because it's kits galore. All from our Simply Sewing sister magazine. It's 2 years. Happy birthday. Happy second birthday.
Yeah, 2 years. Wow.
So that's the theme for the day. Next up, we've got bunnies. We've got Joe Carter. You'll notice in the magazines, there's always a toy, and we'll see you in just one moment. Thank you.
Thanks.
The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, you'll hear us talking about pre-cuts a lot of the time. And I can hear you saying, what's a pre-cut, John? Now, pre-cuts, they're pieces of fabric that have been bundled together, all cut to the same size, usually from complementary fabrics, so you've got a lovely little bundle to take home and start your sewing. Pre-cuts come in all shapes and sizes, but here are a few of the most popular. This is a jelly roll. I love jelly rolls. Now these are normally 40 strips of fabric. They are all 110 by 6.35 centimetres. To you and me, that's 44 inches by 2.5 inches wide. They're normally cut from 8 different fabrics, but look how gorgeous they are. Now, one word of warning. They look beautiful like this. When you cut them open, all the fabric spread everywhere. You'll never, ever be able to put them back together again. This is a charm pack. There are 42 pieces of fabric, 12.7 centimetres by 12.7 centimetres. So basically, it's a 5-inch square. You get so many gorgeous fabrics in a charm pack. You'll find an awful lot of patterns inside a charm pack as well. Another favourite pack is the fat quarter pack. Now these measure 55 centimetres by 50 centimetres, or like me, 22 inches by 20 inches. Now, you normally find lots of different fabrics all bundled together. They're all different colours, all different shapes, but you know what? Unlike the jelly rolls and unlike the charm packs, the number of pieces of fabric can alter from 2 to 30. Look. Whichever pre-cut you choose, you've just got to remember 2 things. 1, all the fabrics will go so beautifully together. And 2, someone else has done the boring, laborious task of cutting them all out. So it's all about getting on with the sewing, which is what we love here at the Sewing Quarter. When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter!
Hey, good morning. Welcome to the Sewing Quarter. I'm Natasha McCarthy, and this hour we're back with another kit. Now, if you're a fan of Simply Sewing magazine, that is our sister magazine. So we have the joy of a wealth of knowledge and experience that goes in with all the designers that work for Simply Sewing. And we've got 2 of them here today. Now, we've just met Rebecca Reid. Now we're moving on to our top toy expert, who is the fabulous Jo Carter. We'll meet her in just a minute. And this is what she's brought for us today. A gorgeous bunny with tilde accents. Absolutely gorgeous. He's coming with me. You know he is. Here we go, because we're making him out of this. Now, this suggests to me that we're going to have a lot of this beautiful fabric left over, which is your tilde rose fabric, and then you've got this lovely plain fabric there, which is absolutely perfect for your bunnies. So thinking Easter gifts here, we're thinking ahead, we're getting ahead, ready to make these absolutely perfect gifts for Easter, or just, do you know what, to snuggle. Everyone needs a snuggle bunny. That's the law. So here we go. This is the bunny that we're making. Come with me, because the kit is over here, as is our designer. Hello, Jo. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good. Thank you for coming on.
Oh, thank you.
How far have you had to come?
Not too far.
It's not too bad for you, is it?
Northwest, so.
Okay. Oh, that's all right. Now, every issue in Simply Sewing, there is a toy. There's always some home decor, there's some dressmaking, and there's a toy.
There is.
And the toys that I've absolutely love, invariably, I look at the designer and your name crops up.
I do 1 or 2 toys, that's fair to say.
I think that's a bit of an underestimation there. Hello. So we're making this little chap today. Does he have a name?
No, I really should. Everyone asks if they have names, and I should have some lined up. But no name.
Big Ears is what he's called on the screen. Big-eared bunny. Seems a bit personal.
But appropriate.
Say it how it is. Big-eared bunny.
here on the Sewing Quarter. So for your $19.95, you're going to get the whole kit. So you'll get your big-eared bunny, you get the filling, you get the fabric, the thread, and the instructions. Everything making it good to go. How many of these can we make out of a ½ metre of each of those fabrics?
I'm not great at estimating, but I would go with 3.
Oh, brilliant.
I think, yes, definitely with a ½ metre.
It's a lot of fabric, isn't
it?
It is a lot. So obviously we're just showing you one, but do you think 3 bunnies for under £20? That's good.
It's great value.
It is great. Bunnies, of course, just one of those things that we absolutely love in toy form. My son has bedtime bunny and has had.
My son has bunnies as well. At least 2, I think.
Yeah, it's just the way. And so loving that we've bought one of these here today. How do we even start?
With any toy, break it down generally to body and head.
Right.
And then start from there. So I'll start with from the top down with this one.
Ears.
So with the ears.
Beautiful. And I love the fact that you've done this contrasting tip to the big ears.
Sort of looks a bit like they've been dipped.
Yeah, no, he does, but beautifully dipped. Look at these, absolutely gorgeous. This is, it's this beautiful fabric and this gorgeous attention to detail that turns this from a rabbit that is suitable, of course, for younger children into something that's actually something that's suitable as a grown-up gift too.
Yes.
I'd be very happy to receive a bunny like this. Really, really happy.
Yes,
really,
the fabric, it's a lovely fabric, but a really nice scale as well. So you get the little bees appearing on it, you know, in intervals. It's beautiful. It works really well for this.
A little bit shabby chic. I'm enjoying that. You know, it's going to look absolutely beautiful, maybe on a windowsill with an enamel jug or something, some flowers. You know, just is going to sit really, really beautifully. I'm all for alternative Easter gifts. Not everybody wants chocolate and things like that. This, for me, is just an absolutely gorgeous gift to give. So you say we start with the ears. What do we do?
The first step is to, sorry, standing on your foot, make the front of the ear.
Okay.
So once it's all cut out, the back of the ear is all one piece, but the front needs joining.
Now let me just show you here, in the instructions you get the templates. So everything that you need is there. Templates are all in there, all good to go. So you'll be able to make this time and again. And he just is absolutely adorable. So if you're wondering how you cut out those ears, all the instructions are here, step-by-step guide, but of course we've got you here to show us. So once we've cut out the ears,
the first step is to join the top and the bottom ear, and so that you can tell, because this bottom piece does look almost symmetrical, but it's not. There is a right way round to it. There's a marker on the pattern piece.
Let me show
on the top,
that.
just so you get them both.
Hang on,
the correct way round.
I have the technology. I can show this.
So there. Just so you know that bit goes that way round with that one.
So would you just mark that? Do you want me to show that up like that? Here we go. Would you mark that when you do the ears?
When I cut the pattern pieces out, I reverse that to make a little notch in, and then I just leave a little pen mark.
Oh right, okay.
On the fabric,
and then match that. It's like when you use a pattern for dressmaking, you have the notches that you have to join up and align. It's exactly the same. Oh, transferable skills we like.
Shall I get going? And the ears, so that they stand up, are quilted. So once I've done that, I'll show how they're joined together with
Bunny, already popular. We kind of knew he would be. Now you're bringing us bunnies and stags today, aren't you?
I am.
It's a veritable woodland treat going on today. And these are all your designs, aren't they?
They are. Both have appeared in Simply Sewing magazine.
Is when you how do you get an inspiration for these?
I like to be told what to do with toys, if I'm honest. I like somebody else to give me an idea and then I can run with it, because if it's my idea, I start and then think, maybe not this animal, I'll change it. And so what I begin with is not what I end with, and I take so much more time.
So working for a magazine then suits you really well, because they say we want this and you say here it is.
Yes.
I have to say that when we were all getting ready in our dressing rooms, the conversations that you overhear here at the sewing quarter between you and Rebecca, of course, because you work together, saying, well, you know, I might need more time. Was it for the frog? No.
There's a frog in a cupboard.
Just really random conversations like, oh, it's okay, I haven't touched the frog, he's still in the cupboard. When do you have that conversation? Apparently at about 6:30 in the morning here at the sewing quarter.
A very standard conversation.
Absolutely, but today it's about the rabbit, and it's all about the rabbit ears. So we've done that little tip, beautiful tip.
So I've just fingered, there's no need really to press it.
Okay.
Just finger press that seam open.
Nice.
And then you want to put it right sides together with the back ear, but then on top of some wadding.
Right.
Just to give the ear a bit
So
of
this can just
shape.
be a piece of wadding scrap. This isn't in the kit. Just find yourself a little piece of wadding scrap and use that.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I have a scraps bag, and this is from there.
Now, this kit, very, very popular already. So we're making the bunny. Now, I love the fact that you're making more than one bunny in this. So you're getting everything that you need. There are the instructions. You get a 1/2 metre of your tilde, a 1/2 metre of the plain. You're even getting your crochet yarn in there to do the features as well, and also your thread. So everything that you need is sourced for you. The joy of the kit, and that's what we're bringing to you today. The joy of the kit is when you suddenly go, I've got to the whiskers, I haven't got any black. What do I do?
I'm always running out of black embroidery thread. I cannot have enough of it, so it's great that it comes in the kit and there's plenty.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's for me, the key with this kit is that there is plenty. This isn't £19.95 for one rabbit. This is multiple, as bunnies do. This is for multiple bunnies. £19.95, and your code is XYGC37. Anna's just messaged in. Hello, Anna. Oh, right. She would like to know, is it okay to photocopy these and enlarge the pattern to make a mega bunny?
You can, but you can't use this line here because the way curves fit together, you need to draw your seam allowance at 6mm all the way in here.
Right.
And then enlarge it, and then you have to work from the seam allowance line to add 6mm again,
okay.
Because you'll find that things, especially the more you enlarge it, things won't fit together in quite the same way.
So if you're prepared to do that little bit of homework, then give it a go. But
yes,
do you know what? This is a portable bunny.
These handbag sized.
These are the bunnies that are perfect for little hands because they can grip.
Yes.
And this is the bunny that's going to be dragged around. This is why you need to make two, because then one can go through the wash because it's going to be a much loved bunny, and then you've still got the other one here. That was the original bunny. That was the original big-eared bunny. So of course you can use other contrasting fabric, but today we've brought you a bit of a treat because we've put in tilde fabric, which I love.
It's really nice to work with as well. It's still soft and lightweight, but it really holds its shape. It's a really nice fabric. Shall I sew around the edge of this ear?
Yes, do. Oh, so you don't have to trim the wadding yet. You sew first.
Trim once the ears sewn together. So we're leaving the bottom edge open.
I feel like we're doing some sort of plastic surgery. So trim around the ear, and then we'll snip. What sort of seam allowance are we leaving here?
6mm.
6mm. Okay.
So 1/4 inch.
Okay. Yeah, it's that thing, isn't it, of transferring. So, yeah, 6mm is 1/4 inch. I will learn all these. Lots of calls for this bunny. He is in demand, so do bear with us. He's just gorgeous. So, if you are putting him in your basket, it's not often that we have to say this to you because we do try and bring absolutely plenty, but he is proving to be very, very popular. So if you are after the bunny, please pop him in your basket because I don't want anybody to miss out. So he might sell out very quickly. So if you are putting it in your basket and you want him, you do have to check him out. check him out. You do have a lot of you wanting him, so a lot of you queuing on the phone lines. Please make sure that you check out those baskets if you want him. Don't just leave it in your basket, and it doesn't matter how many times you check out throughout the day, you will only have one PMP applied, so don't worry about checking out multiple times. If you want him, and so many of you do, please make sure that you check out your basket. This is coming from my producer because he doesn't want you to miss out. If everybody checks out on the web who has got him in the basket, he's sold out.
Wow.
Okay, so we apologise. We're already 10 minutes in and you want to see him. So he might sell out. So please just, check out the baskets if you want him. Make sure that you get him. He's proving to be a popular bunny. I think everyone's planning for Easter.
Yeah, but there is just enough time to do some makes.
You've got our beautiful rose gold scissors there.
These are really nice.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah.
Love them. So we've sewn round 6mm, 1/4 of an inch.
So the next step is to trim away the excess.
But you didn't
wadding.
cut along the bottom. You didn't sew along the bottom.
No, this is where we will turn the right way out. So I'll trim away the batting.
Now the rose scissors, absolutely gorgeous. We had these on yesterday. Producer Paul and I got in a little bit of trouble yesterday. I'm not going to lie. We even had a message in whilst we were on air from our head buyer saying, I was saving those for a couple of weeks' time. We might have snuck them in on yesterday's show. It was the first time we brought them to air. Well, the thing was, we had the little embroidery rose gold ones, and they were ridiculously popular. We've only got a handful of those left. Oh, hello, we've snipped the top of the ears.
So that all this seam, especially with it having the wadding included, needs to fit through inside this space here.
Right.
So around the curve, if you just clip notches, taking care not to get the stitching, keeping away from the stitching, but just clip V-shaped notches just to help it turn the right way out.
Could you do those with pinking shears?
You could do.
Because I'm lazy.
I mean, they're not difficult to do, but yes, you could use pinking shears.
But you're using our beautiful rose gold scissors. Now, as we can see these scissors in action as we go. The thing with these rose gold scissors is not only are they beautiful, beauty and function. This makes me happy. When I first saw them, I was drawn to them because of them being particularly pretty. I am known in my family as being a little bit of a magpie. Hands up to that. But I didn't expect them to cut like they do. I was so impressed with the cut. That snip right to that very edge. And that's why you're able to snip tiny, delicate. You see, normally I would have used embroidery scissors to do that little snip, but these scissors are so sharp right to the tip that you can absolutely get that detail with these scissors. So these today, $16.95, very popular yesterday, so we've brought them back for you today for anybody that missed out yesterday. EYGQ87, 21 centimetre dressmaking shears. We have a bunny update.
Bunny update?
Bunny update. Bunny, 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 bunny. We've got a little queue for him on the phone lines. It's popular. If everybody who's got it in their basket at the moment checks out, he's sold and he's gone. So it's very much a first come, first serve now on the bunny. So if you're on the phones, great, you stand a good chance. If you're on the web, you do need to check out your basket. Don't just say, I've got it in my basket, so it's fine. Because those that are on the phones, he's bunny. He's top demand is our bunny today.
Popular chap.
Well, this is the whole kit, isn't it? You're not just buying one bunny, you're buying a 1/2 metre of the plain fabric. I feel wrong calling it plain. It's only because the other's patterned that I'm calling it that. I think it's a lovely tone. And then you get a 1/2 metre of your beautiful Tilda rose. It's gorgeous. And this will make more than one bunny. So we're getting multiple bunnies and they are just uber, uber cute. I'm so pleased that you're loving this. So pleased. We've all loved him this morning. Look at that fabric. Look at the bees. You've got blue bees in there. It's just beautiful. Do you work with Tilda fabric a lot?
I've not worked an awful lot with Tilda fabric. I would definitely do it again.
It's a bit of a treat, isn't it?
It really is nice.
It is. It's one of my treat me fabrics. I will be honest, when I first saw the price of Tilda fabric, I was like, really? And then I used it And I went, oh, that's why. It's because it's amazing.
You do really notice the difference in quality with fabric.
Yeah, it's a heavier weight cotton, but the softness
it's really
and the
buttery.
durability and the movability of it isn't compromised, which is why you can do such an intricate thing as this with this fabric. Perfect. So we've snipped round the ears.
We've snipped round the ears, so I'll turn it the right way out.
Now, pokey things to turn these ears in. We've used a knitting needle, just a big fat knitting needle. Do you have any pokey things of preference?
I have a pot full of them next to my desk.
Do you?
Mainly, I use a lot of screwdrivers.
Really?
Small crosshead screwdrivers, because they don't quite have a point on them, but they're quite fine at the end.
So it's not going to poke through the fabric, because you don't want to do that.
No, not when you've made something like this to then pop something straight through the end and rip the fabric. Is
gorgeous.
Yes, a bit.
Look at the delicacy here. I love how these fabrics have been sourced. So you've got the pretty print there, but then it works so well with the plain fabric.
Like a biscuity colour almost.
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. Biscuity fabric.
Biscuity brown.
That's the one. Now, you said quilted ears.
Quilted. You don't have to. At this point, I would press the ear just to get it sitting a bit flatter.
Yes.
And then you can quilt lines.
Let me show these. So these are the difference in ears. That's the one we've just done, but this is a quilted ear. I like the quilted ear.
It adds a nice bit of texture.
Do you want to do that? Are we doing that?
I wasn't going to, but I can do if you want.
Oh, it's entirely up to you.
You wouldn't need to use a walking... You can get away with not using a walking foot for this.
Okay.
Right, pretend I'm giving it a little press. First of all, it's quite good to sew around the edge, just to...
So almost like a top stitch around the edge of the... There we go. There he is. So just top stitch first around there, and that just helps everything sit in. Nice. Now, whilst you're sewing around there, do you sew around? Oh, you're sewing around the base now as well.
Only so I don't have to finish my stitching.
And then you just keep going round.
And for
Are you
curves,
using the edge of the foot?
no, I'm doing this by. You could use a water or an air erasable pen.
Yeah.
Draw your lines and use those to follow as guidelines. Because I've done quite a few, I do.
You know your ears.
I just go for it. But even with tight corners at the top, just pivot, even if it's just a stitch at a time.
Pivot it round.
Lift the foot, pivot it round, and...
I'm going to leave you to do the rest of the ear. Come with me, because... Here we go. I've got one of the bags from yesterday, which was very popular. So we've got this for you as well today, because, you know, let's face it, when we have these projects, they need to go into something. And so we brought you one of the more popular bags from yesterday. This one was one of your favourites, I think because of the wooden handles. You know, it just means you're never going to get that cutting into your hands there when you have those. Lots of space in here, good deep pocket there to put all your patterns and things like that in there. Of course, if you're buying any of the patterns today, you're getting in the kits all the patterns, so that would fit in beautifully there. And then you pop all of your goodies in there and off you go. So a great gift for any sewer. You know, this is the thing, isn't it? If you're buying the bunny, then it makes a lovely gift. But if we're thinking about gifting, if we're thinking about Mother's Day, we're thinking about Easter, thinking about alternative gifts, then a bag is really a lovely way to go. For anybody that has sewing as a hobby, this is a pattern that's great to go. So this is your hobby gift large contemporary notions craft bag for $18.99. Of course, no matter how many times you check out your basket here today, that's absolutely fine, because do you know what? It doesn't matter. You will only be charged one lot of P&P. Maybe pop your bunny in there. You know, there is, let me show you in the middle of here how much there is. Very, very popular yesterday. We've got all sorts of stuffing in there. It's large. Maybe if you've got lots of yarn and things like that, then that can go in there as well. So pop that in. pop your bunny in, get your projects, maybe projects on the go, and of course with the fabric, everybody knows what's going to be in here. You know, this is going to be, when you say, oh, could you just nip and get me my sewing bag? Oh, which one's that? Well, it's the one with sewing things all over it. It makes it really lovely and obvious. So, you know, nice contemporary design, beautiful polka dot lining in there as well, and a nice deep pocket for this as well. So that lovely pocket there, so you can fit in all of your, what's the word I want? All of your designs, all of your instructions for the kits that we're bringing you today, going to fit in that front pocket. Are brilliant, and a lot of you loving the wooden handles. I think that's the main feature for me on this bag, is that lovely wooden handle that's just going to be nice and soft for you. You know how plastic bags and things they cut in? Not with that. It just feels really nice in the hand, just a little bit different. So $18.99, a great gift there, and your code for that, OBGQ52. Pop it in your basket and away we go. You've got somewhere to put all of these lovely kits, keep the kits, and then, you know, bring them out and away you go. Fabulous. So today, of course, is our Simply Sewing Day. Now, Simply Sewing is our sister magazine, so we're all part of the Immediate Media Group, and Simply Sewing is one of the magazines that comes under that. So it's their second birthday. Hooray! So we're celebrating the Simply Sewing birthday, and as part of that, we're bringing you kits. Now, they've been incredibly popular today. We've already made a lovely apron from one of the kits, and now we've got, of course, the bunny, who's proving so popular. Please do check out your baskets. Just bear with us because he might have sold out. We're just checking where we're at with that. But we've also got for you today, we've got scarves, and then we've got, later on, we've got a stag as well. So we've got a stag head coming up for you. So lots with us. Let's go through, because obviously we are less than 2 weeks old. So let's just recap how to get in touch with us. Here we go. So this is our website. Here I am. Hello, hello, hello. You can watch us live there. And then underneath, once you've logged in and registered, underneath you can message the studio. That comes straight through to producer Paul up in the studio. He's there ready for us. And he will pass these messages on to me down here. So that's a lovely way to get in touch with us. And then it comes straight through and off we go. So thank you for joining us. We've got lovely Jo Carter here. Now, Jo, how long have you been making animals for?
I would think probably 15 years, maybe-ish.
Really?
I worked for 10 years designing toys as my job,
yes.
And then went freelance. So I've been doing that for about 5. Maybe it's longer. I don't really want to think about it. But yes, about 15 years, I think.
Fab. Because you've had large amounts of your designs made, haven't you? Was there one where you had was it like a 10,000?
One of my designs in my old job, over 100,000 were made because they were produced in our factory in the Far East. I would design the pattern, then it would go to the factory. So that was my best ever toy. It was a mouse.
You see, it's these things, isn't it? They don't date, they don't go out of fashion. They're there, they're always there for us, and we absolutely love them. And you're absolutely loving the bunny that we've brought for you today. We've done the quilting on the ear. Now with this one, you've gone around here, but then on this ear, he's kind of sculpted. So
we just want to fold the sides in, and then it will just narrow the bottom of the ear.
Fold to the centre.
Almost. I do it by eye, really. But yes, generally into the centre. Fold the outside of the ear in first.
Yes.
And then that side over, so it doesn't quite fully overlap.
Okay.
And then from there, you just want to sew
stitch
across the end, just to hold it in place.
Oh, lovely. Okay, so when we've done the ears, what do we do next?
Right, from then, it's probably a good idea to do the limbs. Because I like to assemble it all in one go, really. So
okay. We've done ears, so all of these extremities.
Yes, although the instructions I have deviated a bit. You go for the face and add the ears in next.
Here we go. Here he is. Isn't he fab? There we go. Lovely. Okay, so that's the instructions that you're getting. Now, everything that you can see on the table, everything that we've got for you on the show today. So let's have a look at. Now, you work on the cutting mat. I said to you earlier when we started, do you want one this size? And you said you always work on a cutting mat.
I do. I just find it easier. It's always on my desk, and I always work on my machines to the side of it and everything, just to protect the table, really.
Yeah. So if your scissors, they're not going to nip into anything. So we've got the cutting mat on the show for you today. It's $39.95. It's a big one. It's a real big one. We're looking at 90 centimetres. Hang on, here we go. 90 centimetres by 60 centimetres in inches. That is 23 inches by 35 inches. That's how big this is. So OVGQ 47, and it's even got a hole so that you can hang it up on the wall if you need, if storage is a thing. But I always keep mine out. I always work on mine.
It's the same size as mine at home. Yeah, and mine's always out.
And it just makes a lovely surface. So when we're doing the extremities,
the limbs,
yes,
they come in two parts. So the bottom is the detail fabric, and then the solid at the top.
Yes,
it's just a case of seaming them along there,
and all the patterns coming in the pat as well. So $39.95 gets you the mat. I think it's for me, I remember going into haberdashery stores and just being a bit nervous of everything because I didn't really know what everything did. So I think it's lovely for us. Not only can we show you how to make beautiful things like the bunnies, but we can also demystify the kits that we use, you know, the other things that we actually use. And a self-healing mat, very important, because if you're using a rotary cutter to cut, that cut then heals on the mat so that you've always got a great surface to cut onto, protecting your surface and everything else. It's one of our essential kits. Now you've sewn along the centre of the bunny,
of the leg, and then once that's seamed together, fold it over lengthways, and then sew down the side and around the bottom, but so that you get a nice rounded shape to the bottom of the foot or the hand. Taper the machine stitching up and around, just to give it a smooth edge. So you don't get,
otherwise you get that
a
point.
corner.
Yeah.
And then they don't quite match.
I love this fabric, the blue bee in it, absolutely gorgeous. And of course all of these cut out beautifully with the scissors, $16.95 for the scissors here, EYGQ 87. So we've got these for you today, very simply because you absolutely loved them yesterday, that beautiful colour, that lovely long blade there, 21 centimetres. We had so many lovely messages from yesterday about the scissors. We brought them back again, so thank you ever so much for watching. Of course, getting in touch on the website is the best way to go so that we can read out your messages. That's always lovely. But these scissors, so popular yesterday, so we brought them back today. So what I was really surprised with was actually how good the snip is with these. I thought they were just going to be pretty, but they're not. They are such a good cut. And it sounds really satisfying too. I just kept stealing these from our guest that brought them in. She doesn't mind. She was very accommodating. And actually, this is the first time you've used them, isn't it? And
it is.
Exactly the same reaction.
I would quite like a pair of those now.
Aren't they lovely?
Really nice.
$16.95 is a great price. Oh, hang on. Hello. It's all about the scissors today. What have we got here? So these are the stalk scissors, little embroidery snips.
Yes.
Lovely.
Just going to use to clip, because we don't have the wadding in these. I'll clip the notches. Oh, hang on. I'm going to have to use those ones.
They're the stalk scissors. They're for just cutting your little threads, aren't
really.
they? They're for that sort of detailing. These have been so popular. Traditional stalk. We ended up finding out all about these because we had a big debate on the first day whether they were heron or stalk. Turns out they're stalk. And do you know why they're called stalk scissors?
Why?
Midwives used to use them.
Oh.
And of course, you know, we all know where babies come from with the stalk, clearly.
Absolutely.
You know, yeah. Hence the stalk. Everyone watched Dumbo, right? You know, that's stalk scissors. There we go.
Yes.
Yes. Now you've snipped again into that, using those road gold scissors because they are good
sharp.
to the snip,
Yep.
to the very tip. That always tells me it's a good scissor. So, and that of course reduces the bulk.
Yes, it just means you get a smoother edge
Yes.
around this curve. So from there, you'd want to turn it right way out and stuff
You're even getting the stuffing in the kit as well, so that's lovely. You've got what you need there. So just turn that inside out.
Turn it inside out, and yes, stuff. It's good to use a tool like this also to get the stuffing right into the end and to get the shape really, pushed out and get the good curve.
Now I have to tell you, we have sold out of the bunny.
Has the bunny gone?
The bunny has gone. We do apologise, but we're looking to getting more because so many of you wanted it. So I'm so sorry. Wow, we just are overwhelmed that so many of you joined us and went, yeah, no, absolutely, we're having him. Boom, gone. So thank you so much. So we're going to go for a little break in a minute, and then we will be back with you, possibly with more bunny, possibly with more goodies for your sewing room. So stay with us. We've still got lots more to come. So stay with us. Joe's going to be with us, so we will see you after this short break.
My name is Rebecca and I'm the technical editor of Simply Sewing magazine. I've been sewing forever. My mum taught me to sew, my grandma, my aunties, and then, 25 years ago I was lucky enough to get a job on one of the sewing magazines. It was a cross-stitch magazine, and ever since then I've worked on all sewing magazines: cross-stitch, embroidery, patchwork, quilting. Now I work on Simply Sewing, and we specialise in home sewing and dressmaking, and my job are both very interlinked. I think at the moment my favourite thing is I like refashioning and upcycling. I like to buy a cheap cardigan and take all the buttons off and sew some new ones on and maybe put a little frill around the bottom, or buy a dress that doesn't quite fit perfectly and lengthen it or shorten it. So that's probably at the moment my favourite thing. The best thing I was ever told is that there are no stitch police. So it only has to be perfect for you and no one else. No one's ever going to come and look at your work and go, your stitches are the wrong size, it's wrong this. As long as it's good enough for you, it's good enough. Well, I've been working for Immediate Media for 18 months now, and they're a great company to work for. They look after us. It's a lovely place to work, they're kind, and it's inspirational. There's always somewhere you can go and something you can do. My job changes all the time. A lot of people think, oh, I tried sewing at school, I wasn't very good at it. Or they buy something and think, oh, it doesn't quite fit, I just want to take it up, and then they never do. And I'm hoping by watching this, they'll see, actually, this is easy, because quite often friends of mine will say, how do you make that? How do you do this? And as soon as I show them, they go, oh, wow, oh, it's that easy. But I think there's this sort of hidden world that people think sewing is impossible and unachievable, and it, hopefully, with the sewing culture, will show people that it isn't. There's something about sewing is you can get lost in the moment. You have all the stresses and strains of life and what you do, but when you go home and you sew, whether it's in front of the TV or in front of your sewing machine, you don't think about anything else and you just get lost in it, and that's a really nice thing.
So there are designers, we're so lucky. It is Simply Sewing Day here at the Sewing Quarter. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got kits for you all day. Now, first of all, we started off with a kitchen apron for you, which was so popular. And then we've had our bunny, who has sold out. So apologies for that. We're looking to bringing more for you. The apron is still available, and we've got more kits coming for you later on today. It's our first day of kits. We are just overwhelmed and so thrilled at how popular the bunny was. So thank you so much, and well done for those of you that managed to grab him. Now, if you want the apron, of course, that is still available for you. There's the details coming up on your screen for the apron. Absolutely gorgeous. Make yourself feel, like that domestic goddess. And that was brought to you by the technical editor of our Simply Sewing magazine, ULGC42. That's our kitsch apron kit, and you're getting a 3 half-meter Macawa fabrics there. They're from the Marina range, so a nautical feel, perfect for those holidays, perfect for those, it just makes you feel a bit summery, doesn't it? You also get the thread in there, the thread that's absolutely perfect. It's a poly cotton in there, so it's a nice, a durable weight, because you've got to do gathering and things, which you've seen in that previous show. So that's $18.95 if you didn't manage to get that earlier. Don't forget that. Now, things to put your projects in, of course, bags and things like that. We've chosen one of the more popular bags from this show yesterday with the bags. You wanted to see this again, so we brought this back to air for you. So here we go. This is this is your wooden handled bag. Wooden handles coming back into fashion massively, very on trend here. And I think actually you can put in a huge amount and it doesn't pinch your fingers. You don't, you have carrier bags and you just hold too much and it just makes those marks across your fingers. You don't get that with that lovely wooden handle there. Lots and lots of space in there. We've got lots of wadding. I'll take that out so that you can see lots of space in there for you to put all your projects in. Lovely contemporary design and a nice polka dot lining in there. So the attention to detail is there. You've got a hook and loop fastener there and you can pop all your patterns and everything in there. So lots of space to put in there, and then loads of room for all of your projects in there. So whether that's yarn, whether that's material, it doesn't matter. It's going to really cheer up any workspace that you've got in these lovely vibrant colours and that beautiful design. So you've got all sorts of different sewing-y type things on there. You've got wool, you've got yarn, you've got pin cushions, you've got your scissors in there, you've got your buttons. This is no doubt what's going to be in this. Jo, have you got lots of bags and things to store all of your projects in?
Several, and they each have a different project in.
I'm going to come across to you.
A UFO, an unfinished object.
Well, they do, isn't it? That's the thing.
It's good to keep all the bits together so you can just, if you've not done something for a while, pick it up and everything's there and you can just carry on.
I think also, especially if you're a patch worker or something like that and you want to keep everything together, maybe part of your project is already cut, then you don't want the edges to fray. You want to make sure that it's kept in something that's going to keep it safe. And this is the thing, isn't it? And then if you go on holiday or you go and stay with your sister or, whatever, take it with you. You know that it's safe. It's got that lovely zip fastening there. So, you know what? It's going to be safe. And I like the wooden handle.
It's really nice, really pretty bag.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
There is no doubting what's going in there, is there?
No, and I love the lining, that pop of colour in the pocket lining.
Look at that. It just gives you that contrast, doesn't it? And just says, do you know what? Yes, that's lovely. A little attention to detail. This is actually, there's some wadding in there. There's some padding in there as well. So it just gives it that, feeling of quality. It's lovely. We've had a message from Petra. Thank you, Petra. She says, good morning. Oh, she says, good morning, Jo.
Good morning.
She's loving everything Sewing Quarter. Wow, what's not to love, eh? $18.99 for your bag. Thank you, Petra, for getting in touch. Now, we've brought you the bunny. The bunny has sold out, but we've been using various different things in order to make the bunny. The scissors of which are very, very popular. Very nice. Popular. Every designer that has come in who has had their little mittens on this has decided that these are the ones. Is it the rose gold colour? What is it that made you go, ooh?
I like shiny and the rose gold.
Magpie too.
I do like a bit of shine. But they cut really nice. And it's perfect. Right up to you can cut notches with the tips because they're sharp all the way along.
Well, that's what you've done, isn't it? You know, you've used these to do those tiny, tiny, tiny little notches because, can you hear that? That is absolutely sharp to the tip. And so that, to me, is a sign of a good pair of scissors. Sharp from there all the way through there. In one cut, you are going to get, oh, look at that blade. It's fab. So, EYGQ87, £16.95. Now, you're with us twice today, aren't you?
I am.
You bought us the rabbit.
And a deer head.
You are going to love the deer head. I'm now slightly concerned at how fast the rabbit sold out. So make sure you're tuned in. Bang on 11. So if you want the deer head and you're going to want him, then, grab him. So we've done the limbs on the rabbit. We've cut out using these scissors. What's next?
With the limbs, the arms, so that you get the rounded end facing forward, the arms are closed at the ends like that, so that the seam runs along the middle. And then the legs, you just close them as they are.
So the legs go like that and arms go with the seams there.
Move that thread.
Nice. Now you marked out these using your air erasable pen. We've got lots of markers for you as well on the show. So when you go into a haberdashery store, I know that I used to get a little bit overwhelmed, not knowing
It can be quite intimidating.
Which should I go for? Why do you use an air erasable?
I have the air erasable and water erasable. These are great for marking out your pattern pieces because it's once you cut it out, you know, not long after they're gone, so you won't see. Possibly, if you can see the edge of the seam, sometimes you get a ghost outline of the pen that marked it out.
We've got all of these on the website, but look what you've got here. Now, I've never seen anything quite like what Joe? What are these?
Well, I'm not. These are for marking out, but then you can brush away.
Oh, so you mark then brush?
Yes. These are dressmakers' pencils. They're also great, especially if you're using a light fabric. You want a light marker.
Yes.
Because you don't want it to show through. And it can do, especially with pale fabric.
In a pack of 3. So you get the blue, the pink and the white. And then, like you say, they've got the little brush on the end. I've never seen this before. This is brilliant. So you can just brush it away. So with the air erasable pen, that obviously the air takes care of that. But now you've got these, so you can just brush away those marks. So adding pattern marks. Perfect. So with your big-eared bunny, I feel like I'm giving him a personal affront when I call him big-eared bunny. But you see, you had those marks to add on, and that's where you would use those pens on there. So it's that sort of, it's mark those up. It's getting the right tools.
Yes.
£1.95 for the hemline marker pencils with a brush. Pop it in. You're only going to get charged £2.95 postage per day.
Pens like these as well are great for marking the face. With this face, I drew it out first. I mean, you do follow the seams for the nose.
Yeah.
But it often can be tricky to get the eyes, especially on the same level.
Yes.
So if you've marked them on a pen first that you know will go, you can experiment a bit and sort of see where they'll be. So and use that then as a guide to embroider over to do the face.
You can do that with confidence.
You won't get wonky whiskers or...
No one wants
Nobody
a wonky whisker. We've also got a few dressmaking shears as well. So all these things, do take a look on the website. The Fiskars dressmaking shears. Oh,
sorry,
these.
I'm hiding
Here
them.
they are. We saw you use these very, very briefly. These were a little bit of a revelation to me. When you move the catch up, there we go. Then it's spring-loaded, so the pressure that you have to apply is just there, and then it springs back. So if anybody suffers with sort of fatigue or anything like that, this is a really easy way to make sure that actually, you know, your hand is great. And then you can use it right-handed, left-handed, and then just pop that class down. £22.95. Fiskars, of course, known for their razor-sharp edges here. And this is a 24-centimetre blade here. IYGQ 13, £22.95. There.
What I like about both of those is that nobody can have an excuse when they try and open a box with them that they didn't know that they weren't dressmaking.
Absolutely. Oh, you are so right.
I have a pair of kitchen scissors that look very much like my fabric scissors, so I have found people opening boxes with my fabric scissors.
I shudder for
So
them.
you need a pair that only say dressmaking and fabric, I think.
That's what these do. Either ones, the Fiskars or the beautiful rose gold colour, either one says, don't touch.
These are not.
These are not for opening the bacon with.
Absolutely.
Oh, there we go. There they are. Whichever ones you want. So £22.95 or £16.95, whichever pair you want to go for. Both have their place, don't they? Absolutely do. Brilliant. Now, Joe, let's go back to this, to the technique of the bunny, because obviously all of these things we have because we want to be able to make beautiful things. So we've done the limbs, we've done the ears. Let's have a look at that body.
The body, if I put my pieces. The body is just 2 pieces like this that you join along the centre.
Right.
And whenever I'm making a toy, my one technique I always use is basting. To position limbs in correctly and things, I will always, before sewing the head on, I would always baste these in place. So once that was joined, I basted the legs on.
Right.
And the arms on. Plus, if you've not quite got the positioning as you want it, you just whip those basting stitches out.
Now, what are the marks that you've put in here?
These two here, this is the centre one, but these two here correspond to the arm. So that's where the arm fits. And this one in the centre is where the seam in the side of the head will correspond to. It's great to have markers so you know you're on track and the head is going to be facing the correct way. And
nice. So that's why you need those pencils, isn't it? That's why you need those pens to just pop in. And it's having those little pieces of kit in your kit that suddenly make the job an awful lot easier. So how do we then sew all this together?
Should I go on to that? Or
oh no, hang on. You wanted to show. You had a tip, didn't you, that you really wanted to show? So let's.
The one thing I wanted to mention when adding the base, it's good to. I've tacked it on here first.
Is that the key for any kind of circular thing? Is to tack first?
Of all the bunny, that is probably the most fiddly bit to add.
Right.
So when in doubt, tack.
Tack.
For me, and it's easier as well to sew with so the bunny's sat up the correct way. When you go over this with the machine, sew around this way following those stitches so you know it's held in place. But if you find that doing all of that in one, even with tacking, too tricky, just do the front. So you've sandwiched the legs in properly into this seam, sew around the front and leave the back open.
Is that where you're going to stuff?
And use that as your turning space then. If it's too tricky, just alter, instead of having the turning opening in the back of the bunny, have it there instead.
Oh, okay.
Just if that makes it easier for somebody making the bunny, that's what I would do. Because it doesn't make any difference in the end which...
Now, all of these tips, these are all transferable skills. So anything that has a circular base, great. You know, we've brought all sorts of circular-based things to air. We had a flower pot last week, all these sorts of things. Absolutely great to use. Look at all these little limbs in there. He's ready to sort of come out, isn't he, and be ready. Stuffing, of course, in the kit as well. For me, it's about using the best things that you can. We've got hand needles for hand stitching. We've got all the pens and the pencils to make sure that you put these marks across, and also great scissors for cutting the fabric so that you really are doing the best. Now, we've got 2 pairs here. Let's have a look at the rose gold ones here. So popular, so popular. To the tip, that's why you were able to use these.
Yes.
Now, the colour, of course, lovely. Were you surprised how light they were?
Yes, they're not a heavyweight.
No.
You would think when you look at them they'd be really heavy, but no, they'd be easy to use. You wouldn't struggle if you were cutting out a lot of things with them, certainly.
Very contemporary colour. My phone is this colour, I have to say. Is it wrong to match your scissors to your phone?
No, I think everybody needs to match their scissors to their phone.
I know that Sammy Claridge has.
Do you know, my scissors match my phone.
Without even knowing it. Oh, now you come to mention it. Sometimes I think it's just a subconscious thing that we do. But of course, and in jewellery as well, those different golds, mixing of the metal, it's very, very, very in at the moment. So, you know what? Why don't you just treat yourself? And this, for me, it's the cut. The beautiful contemporary rose gold colour. And listen to this. Oh, yeah. Now, thanks to Joe, Sarah, Pamela, Sonia, Donna, for all of your messages. Thank you so much for messaging in. If we don't get a chance to read them all out on the show, then we do read them afterwards. So we do read them. Thank you ever so much. So the top tip for the base of the bunny was to baste around and then sew.
Yes.
And then is he easy to stuff?
Really easy to stuff because the legs and the arms are already done. So it's just the head and the body. I would stuff the head first and then draw the face on and embroider over the face, because you can take the needle in through the body. So you can tie a knot at the end of your embroidery thread and it's inside the head then if the body's still empty. And once you've embroidered the face, often you need to readjust the stuffing anyway, because it will pull in places. So use something like this just to readjust the face and then stuff the rest of the body.
Now, we've assumed that you have a needle at home, but if you don't, grab the hand needles that we've got on the show for you. These are embroidery and crewel work needles. Do you know, I think they're like 95 pence. They're really inexpensive to just throw in your basket. Maybe you don't, they're £1.45. I beg your pardon, £1.45. These, it just means that you've got the right size needle to do this, because you don't want to get to doing the face and go, forgot.
It's really difficult to do without a proper embroidery needle.
Yeah. So HTGQ30. Now, I do need to apologise. We had no idea that the rabbit was going to be so popular. I need to thank you for the fact that you've brought us something so popular. But of course, this isn't the only hour. So don't worry, if you're after more toy making tips, Joe is going to be back at 11 o'clock bringing us a fabulous stag. So we're still going to have all of those tips, and they are transferable, aren't they? You know, if you know how to stuff a stag's head, then you know how to stuff a rabbit head.
Absolutely. It's the same skill.
More sentences I never thought I would hear myself saying today. Transferable head stuffing skills here at the Sewing Quarter. How does that work? Now, of course, head to the website as well, because we are adding new things every day. Add things into your basket. Check out your basket as many times as you like. It is just £2.95 P&P per day. I love how this magic happens, because when you check out your basket, it doesn't matter how many times you check out. You know, you might have checked out in a rush to get the rabbit and then find something later. You might want the stag later. Doesn't matter. If you want everything that's on the show today, they're all down there. Check out as many times as you like. You will only ever pay £1 P&P per day. If you want to message us, that's under the live feed on the show. There's a little message box there, and we love to hear from you. So, lots of goodies. There's your bag. There are your pens with the brushes on there, and the big mat, and all sorts of different scissors on there. Do you know what? Working here did make me realise that my scissors were pretty dreadful, and I've had to rectify that.
I'm a scissor collector.
Are you?
Yes, and they might have to make it into my collection.
Just the one.
Yeah. I won't take them home with me later.
We will have to, I was going to say frisk you, but friskar you on the way out if it's scissors you're after. But these are the Hemline Rose Gold Premium Dressmaking Shears, £16.95. Let me give you that snip. Yes. Oh, yes. If you were watching Jo earlier, then you saw when she was snipping out those little triangles in the ear to take away the bulk and round the paws, then this was it. Just at that tip. Now, if you joined us at 8 o'clock this morning, of course, then you saw this apron. It's all about kits today, and this is the apron that with the kitchen apron. That's not easy to say.
Not at this time of day.
No.
It's very early.
Yes. £18.95. It's surely lunchtime already, isn't it?
I've lost all track of time.
ULGC42 gets you that lovely apron kit. You get 1.5 meters of Macawa fabrics, 3 different half-metre lengths there, and the thread. This is the whole kit with the instructions. Do you know what I love about the Simply Sewing kits? The great instructions that come. Really robust as well.
Yes, well, it's Rebecca in charge of the instructions, isn't she?
She's on next. We've got her next. She is because she's technical editor. Mm-hmm. Now, as a freelancer, you get to bring us all of these animal kits. Fabulous. Really looking forward to 11 o'clock. So, of course, if you're after a deer head, is it a stag head or a deer head?
I don't know. I'm not sure. A deer head.
Deer head. Let's go with deer head. We've got a deer head for you at 11 o'clock. Mounted.
Yes.
I love this. You're going to love it. Absolutely perfect. Jo, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
For bringing us such a popular bunny here today. He's been brilliant. And of course, a lot of you also buying, I think, bags for your kits. We've got kits for you, so why not pop him in a bag as well, so that you've got your kit safe in a bag and you know that you're good to go. So lots of you going for that as well today. Thank you so much. We will see. Oh, here we go. There's your bag. Details coming up on the screen for you there. £18.99 for that. Stags at 11.
Yeah.
Next is our infinity scarf. Ooh. can't wait for that. I'm learning so much.
It's great. I've been watching as well, and I've picked up a few new tips.
Do you know, I love that you say that, because even as an expert...
Well, I don't dressmake, so I've been watching the dressmaking ones because I do want to give it a go. But there's so many different genres. But yes, dressmaking's the next one I want to give a try.
Perfect. Thank you
Thank you.
much. I will see you in an hour. Go and have a relax, cup of tea. Get your stag on. Get ready, because we're going to see you then. Stay with us. Apologies for selling out of the rabbit. Well done if you managed to get that. You're going to absolutely love making it. Stay with us for more kits here at the Sewing Quarter. See you in just one moment.
The Sewing Quarter is a new inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, we sell fabric in all sorts of different sizes. Some will be pre-cut, but others will be specifically cut to your order. The most common measurement you'll hear us talk about here at the Sewing Quarter is your fat quarter. So the fat quarter is 22 inches across and 20 inches there. Now that's 55 centimetres by 50 centimetres, approximately there. Now fat quarters will often be sold in bundles for you, and they come looking beautiful, all lovely and folded, and it's great for storage because it doesn't look as though you've got as much fabric as you're actually getting. Lots of people prefer fat quarters to long quarters because you can cut larger pieces from your fat quarter. So this is a long quarter, and your long quarter is cut across the bolt, so it's edge to edge crossways. That is your salvage, edge to edge. So we're looking at 110 centimetres across. For those of you that like your inches, that's 44 inches, and it's 25 centimetres deep, so that's what 10 inches. So if you're looking at cutting your 2.5 inch strips, that's absolutely perfect. You'll get 4 of those out of a long quarter. So you can clearly see the difference between a fat quarter and the long quarter. So this is your half metre. So the half metre is salvage to salvage, so that's 110 centimetres or 44 inches, and then it's your half metre in width there. So that's going to be 50 centimetres or your 20 inches there. Now this is double a fat quarter, so if you have a fat quarter it's going to be half this, and it would just be cut down the middle there, and that would give you 2 fat quarters. It's getting bigger now. We're on to your metre. Here we go. So this is your metre of fabric. So again, edge to edge, crossways, that is your salvage. So that's 110 centimetres or 44 inches. And then this length here, that's your metre or 40 inches. But of course, here at the Sewing Quarter, we cut your fabric from half metre increments, so you can buy as much as you like. Check out our website for more details. Hey, welcome back to the Sewing Quarter. Now it's all about the kits, and it's all about our sister magazine today. Simply Sewing is celebrating its 2nd birthday today, so we're lucky enough to have the technical editor and one of their freelance designers here with us today. Now we've just met Jo Carter. Now back with us is Rebecca Reid, bringing with us one of the projects that we've seen in the magazines, which is the Infinity Scarf. Fabulous. It's no secret that I am a big scarf lover, just snuggling in. It doesn't matter what time of year, you will find me in a scarf. Lightweight for summer, big woolly ones for winter, and this is a fabulous one. Dress it up, dress it down, however you want to use it, really, really useful. This is your Infinity Scarf. So we've got 5 half metre lengths of fabric in this kit, all in the kit. Everything is in there ready to go, and the thread and full instructions. All of that for $19.95. For the material alone, incredible value. Then we've thrown in the thread, then we've thrown in the instructions as well. So without further ado, Rebecca Reid, technical editor. Hello, welcome back.
Hello.
I love this with new guests. They come on, they don't run away, they come back on
They
again.
come back,
This is
yeah.
perfect.
Cup of tea and they come
Excellent.
back.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Feeling relaxed?
Yes, yes, feel a lot better, yes.
Good. So you bought us the beautiful pinny earlier.
Yes, done that.
Done.
Finished.
Tick.
Done that.
Done.
Done that.
Next up is the infinity scarf. Ooh. If you subscribe to Simply Sewing, and I would highly recommend that you do, this is what we're making, but in a different colourway.
Yeah, this is the one that was in the magazine in sort of mustards and blues, but the one we're doing today is in blues and greys.
Nice.
Spots and plains.
Nice. Taking us into spring.
Yeah, it's a sort of a spring scarf. You could wear it in the summer. You know, it's not necessary. It's more of an accessory rather than a big woolly scarf you'd wear in the winter. You sort of wear it with a jacket or to fill in a gap in a top, or
Yes. You are so right. For me, it's one of those things that I often wear a jacket with a little vest top underneath.
Yeah.
If there's a bit too much there going on,
It's quite nice to put a scarf in.
Yeah.
And you can wear it, you can adjust it as well, so you can have it sort of quite tight around the neck and lower here, or, you can just play with it a bit
However you want it to
when
be.
you wear it.
Now, the clever thing about this is that you're using 5 different colours of fabric, tones of fabric.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a scarf that's going to go with multiple items in your wardrobe, because you can choose which is the main
You can
the main
move it
emphasis
round,
of the colour.
so you can have sort of one of the colours by your neck. So if you wanted like the dark blue, you could put that there depending on the outfit, or if you wanted more the turquoisey spot, and so you can just move it around depending on your outfit, which is quite handy. Very multi-purpose scarf.
And the whole kit is there. You don't have to source anything. You don't have to check again the right
everything you need.
fabric or anything like that. It's all coming to you. Makawa, 100% cotton, once again, and it's $19.95. For the fabric alone, a great price. The fact that this comes with a kit with a thread and the instructions and everything else, fab.
Yeah, you've got a lot of fabric. You've got 2.5 metres of fabric there, really good quality. And it's a really nice quality fabric. It's got a good weight to it. It's nice to sew with.
Do you know what? When you say this is your spring into summer scarf, you're very right. And for me, this is it takes an outfit from sort of daytime into evening as well. This is
you sort of dress. You can dress up a bit with it.
Yeah, I like. Where do we start with it?
Well, you get your pack and you get your 5 pieces of fabric, and you need to cut your pieces out. So in the instructions it tells you need to cut 10 squares that measure 33 centimetres by 33 centimetres.
33 centimetres.
And the reason for that is finished there'll be 30 centimetres, and there's a 1.5 centimetre sewn around, so that's the 3.
I see.
Otherwise it sounds a bit precise, doesn't it? Why would you do 33?
I'm all for precise there. Now, 5 at least half metre lengths of
half
fabric?
metre. So you will have some left over because the fabric is 112 centimetres wide, and you need 66 centimetres, so there'll be a bit
make
left.
yourself a little purse,
there'll be a little
clutch
bit
or
left of
something
each
to go
one
with
as
it.
well. Yeah, which is great. So there will be definitely some to add to your stash.
For me, relatively new to patchworking, I've seen far more than I've actually done.
Yeah.
This for me is like the beginner's patchwork, because you're using great big size squares, but you're going to teach us how to be precise about putting
and the
these
good
things
thing
together.
about sewing with big squares, the more fabric you've got, the more manoeuvrability there is. So when you sew little squares together, it has to be, you haven't got much to sort of stretch and get it just
There's
right.
no wiggle room.
But the bigger the pieces, this is really easy patchwork, but then we're going to do something clever with it at the end.
Oh, I like clever. I like
little
clever at
clever
the end.
tips I'm going to show you.
Hey!
So what you do is you get your half metre of fabric, and each one you cut into 2 squares, so you have 10 squares.
Okay, 10 squares.
10 squares.
Right.
So then you need to arrange them. So you take 5 of them, and it's up to you how you arrange them. When I did it, I just sort of played around. I thought, oh, I'll have a grey one, and then I'll have a blue one.
I'm discovering that grey is a really useful colour.
Oh, grey goes with everything. Love
Yeah.
grey. Love grey, yes. The art editor on our magazine, Lisa, she loves grey. And she taught me a lot about grey. Put grey with things and she always accessorises. And when I'm not sure what colour to put with something, particularly if we're doing embroidery in the magazine, she nearly always chooses grey.
Grey.
So thank you, Lisa, for grey.
But you see, thank you for grey. The other thing, of course, is grey thread. Is that disappears, doesn't it? I never knew this.
Well, to be honest, unless you're stitching something that's bright white or very dark, then grey goes with everything. And that's what you get in this kit as well. So grey is a great, if you need to buy some basic threads, have white, black and grey, and that you're pretty much covered. Unless you're obviously top stitching and you want to see it.
Yeah,
but if you're
like
just sewing seams,
thread.
Yeah. So you arrange your fabrics, or let's just move all these bits and pieces, in whatever order you want. I think that's the order I did them in, but you can move them around. You can put all the spots next to each other and put the planes, but that's the top row.
Okay.
Then you've now got 5 left, and this is the bottom row. And the only thing with this is don't have the same fabrics touching.
Now, we came up with a way to do this, didn't we? So it was to put them in the same order again, then take that end and put it there. So we'll put that there, and then start again. Grey.
Put that one there.
Nice.
And I think I put them in the right order to start with.
Producer Paul is loving that bright blue in there as well. He's a big fan of that. He's like, it's so vibrant. It's one of those things, isn't it? I wear a lot of this colour, but I wouldn't necessarily want a scarf all in that colour. So I love that I can have a little accent of it.
Yeah, because this one really sort of stands out, and you've got more that blend together, and but you can move them around as you want. But as you can see, I mean, I haven't laid them all out right next to each other, but none of the same 2 colours touch each other, which they could, but that would be missing the point, really. So.
Yeah. So these have all been cut out of the ½ metre lengths that you're getting. So 33 centimetres. So that's what, 66 centimetres out of a ½ metre.
Yeah. So you've got a little bit left across the bottom, and then because it's 112 wide, you've still got
some left. Ample left on the. I like this.
Lots of little purses, and it's great for bits of lining for things.
Nice.
And that's nice. So you get
all for 19.95, under £20.
Yeah, and it's you get a really lovely scarf for £20 and some spare fabric.
So you could make yourself a little matching bag.
Yeah, easily. Yeah.
Hey, I'm liking
this.
A cushion. I'd like to sit on my sofa and blend in.
Yes, and blend in, and I'm going to have a cushion to match my scarf. But it's really good for practice as well, isn't it?
Oh, it is, isn't it?
All these things.
Brilliant.
We all love them.
So we've got the order.
Right. So I'll just move these out of the way. That's the bottom row. So you start by stitching the top row. So you take your first 2 pieces of fabric, like this, and you place them right sides together.
Now, I want to talk seam allowances.
Right, well, the seam allowance for this is 1.5 centimetres.
Right.
So that's what you have to sew. So just make sure you match up the raw edges, because...
What's that in inches?
Oh, sorry, that's 5/8 of an inch.
Thank you.
Which is the traditional seam allowance for dressmaking. That's what anyone who's been dressmaking for years will always know, 5/8. Don't know why it's 5/8, but most dress patterns are printed with a 5/8 seam allowance.
So it's 5/8 for dressmaking, 1/4 of an inch for your traditional patchworking.
Yeah.
I'm learning all these things.
And I use a centimetre quite a lot when I don't want so much bulk in the seams. That's 3/8.
Okay.
Depends what I'm making. I prefer 1.5 centimetres or 5/8 because you've just got more to play with and it's easier to trim seams afterwards. But sometimes when you're making a small item like a little purse or something fiddly, a smaller seam allowance is better.
Okay. See, top tips from our technical editor. All the instructions are in there.
So when you've done that, you then need to just... Now I've matched up the raw edges nice and neatly. And remember, you've got to pin down this seam because that one is going in that order.
Right, yes.
If you pin down that one,
then you'd have
be in the wrong order.
Yeah.
So let's just pin the top.
Right, the art of pinning again.
Right, well, now look, do you know what? With the top and the bottom, I'm going to do them horizontal because I want them to stay quite still. So that doesn't shift when I sew.
Glass-headed pins again.
Yeah, these are really worth buying because they're nice and long.
Yes.
They've got glass ends, which means you can iron on top of them without them melting.
And we also discovered that when you throw them on the floor, they're really easy to pick up.
Yes, which I luckily did earlier, and in fact I could see them all on the floor.
No, it was really great.
That's
and actually, in between shows, our boss Simon came in with a dustpan, like the biggest dustpan and brush you've ever seen.
But we'd already done it.
But we've already done it because they were easy to pick up. Perfect.
So
a huge
I'll
magnet
sew this seam.
Paul says what we need.
I should just sew one while you're...
Okay, whilst I'm laughing.
While you're laughing. So don't forget to take the pin out just before you go.
The pins, of course, $3.45 if you want to pop those in your basket. It doesn't matter how many items you put in your basket, you will only pay $2.95 P&P because our P&P is done per day, not per checkout, not per item, none of that. So there we go. There's your pins down there, $3.45. But of course, we're using them in the kit. So the kit that you're getting here, 5.5 meters. This is 2.5 meters of fabric and thread and instructions, and it's not just printed on a scrappy piece of paper. This is on real good quality. Take out and use this pattern again and again and again. It's a timeless classic here. 1995, MIGC91 is your code. Sammy's messaged in. She said she saw the project in the magazine.
Oh, okay.
So thank you for bringing this to life.
To actually how to do it.
Yeah.
Now, I've just got to the end of the seam, so I just want to remind you to always do a back stitch at the end.
Right.
Otherwise the seam will come undone. And when you're matching your seam allowances later, it's really important that it's nice and sturdy.
It's these little tips, isn't it? Sometimes it's okay not to do the back stitch, but no. And of course using our little stalk snips.
Yeah, just to
for those threads.
Snip them off now, and I know some sewers prefer to do it all at the end, but if you do it at the end, then some of them get caught in seams, so just get into the habit, just do them there and then.
As you go.
Because it's really annoying at the end of the project to have to go back, and then they'll get caught in the seams, and you have to pull them out.
Tidy as you go.
Anyway, so there's my seam sewn. Seam sewn. And
which direction would you press that seam?
Well, so what you would do now is open it out and press it like here.
Oh, essential.
So press it open.
Okay.
Because if you do it to one side, you've got bulk on one side and not on the other. That keeps it nice and flat, and it will help it to lie flatter, and it's also easier for matching seams later.
Okay.
And also when you do this top tip, after you've pressed it like that, press it from the right side as well. Because what happens sometimes is when you press it from the wrong side, a little bit sort of folds on top a bit. So just pull it and press it again. And then that makes it really nice and neat, because quite often you do just get a little bit that's moved. So always just get into the habit. Press it from the one side and press it from the other. Okay.
Excellent. Top tips from Rebecca Reid, technical editor.
Pressing.
Oh, yes.
So now you've sewn those two, which are actually that way around, I think. Yes. Just do the same with all the others. So put that one on there.
And sew them.
And then do that all the same. And then you will then have... And then repeat exactly the same with the bottom row.
Okay, so you're going to have 2 rows of fabric.
Yes. So I'll show you.
2.5 meters of fabric you're getting in this kit that all just works together, so that actually you can decide with what outfit you're going, what accented piece you want to really show off. So maybe it's the polka dots, maybe it's that vibrant blue, maybe it's that battleship grey in there as well. So we've got a mixture of fabrics there, and of course once you've got the pattern, there's no reason why you can't repeat it with other.
Well, it's a really nice way of using up pieces of fabric that you've got, and then you can make a few to go with different outfits.
Well, you're going to have some left over.
You are going to have some left.
So,
but it is a nice way of using up different fabrics. And just have a look at your wardrobe and think, oh, now what 5 fabrics could I use that will go with 2 or 3 outfits? And make
because once you've got this and you are aware of the type of fabric that you're after, that's the biggie for me. I'll see something in a magazine, go, I would absolutely love to make that, but I don't have enough confidence in myself to buy the right fabric for it. So we've taken that thing. We sat down and we thought about all the things that put people off actually sewing.
Yeah.
What is it that stops you? You love sewing, so many. You're watching because you love sewing. This is what you want to do. So what is it that actually stops you?
Well, it's
from
the
sitting
materials,
down?
isn't it? It's the materials, and it's some of us, we've got brilliant fabric shops nearby. That's great. There's great places to buy things online, but you're not always sure of the quality or the colour. You can't always tell. So it's really good that we've selected it, so it's going to go together. You can see it goes together, and it's just easier, isn't it?
Well, it is.
It comes through the post from the postman.
And
lovely.
Happy postman.
Love the post.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Love
we have
that.
a lovely postman, new postman, because we just moved, called Tom. He's the friendliest postman I have ever met. He's so sweet, so sweet. First day that we moved in, hello, I'm Tom. And, it's a good job.
And it's just really nice because you just order. I love shopping online.
And
it's just an addiction.
Well, it is, isn't it? But once you've got used to using these fabrics, then you'll know if you want to make the scarf again, you know what you're looking for. You've got the pattern to then repeat.
Well, all the instructions you can use in it, and it says in the instructions what you need.
Yes.
So quite easily you can do it again. So once
you've got the extra thread there,
so
you're good to go. That's the joy of the kit. There's always that little bit extra.
Yes. It's not pre-cut for you.
No.
It's not, they're not cut, so you've got to use it, so that means you get stuff left over.
I'm already going through my wardrobe thinking of the numerous things that this will go with.
And because there's 5 colours,
yeah,
you know, as long as they sort of go together.
I have a lot of teal
in
my wardrobe. I wear quite a lot of white, so that and the grey, all of those will go with that. I've got a lot of this and I always struggle. I normally go for a brown scarf when I use a cobalt blue, but actually I'm happy to see this in here.
And it's grey, and you've got the grey as well.
Yes.
And as you know, however you wear your scarf, you can choose which colour you want to stand out today.
Nice. And of course called infinity because it's done as a figure of 8, which is your infinity sign.
Yeah, well it's infinity because it's never ending, but then you actually twiddle it round in an infinity shape.
Hey, technical twiddling going on here.
Twiddling.
So we've got our top layer and our bottom layer.
Which I have pre-joined for you.
Yes.
Now we're going to sew the top layer to the bottom layer.
Yes.
So you put the top layer right sides together with the bottom layer.
Right.
Now this is debatably important. I think it's important that you match the seams. I think it looks a lot better if your seams are perfect. We had this conversation before, didn't we?
That's why I'm giggling, because it was one of those things that, for me, sometimes wonky seams happen.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, they happen. I'm still learning. For you, this is all about precision.
Well, it is. I mean, because I make a lot of stuff for the magazine, which is photographed, you know, very close up, and it has to be perfect because you would see it all. But on the other hand, you know, I think people can get a bit too hung up with everything being perfect, and
if it gets in the way of you getting going,
then
don't worry about it.
It doesn't matter,
a
because
wonky seam can go to the back, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, or you know, or if it goes wrong, you can unpick it and do it again, or you can just think, oh well, there we are. You know, if you go into a shop and buy things, you've got quite often. They're slightly wonky, but once you learn how to do this, you get quite picky.
That made our boss giggle earlier as well, because we were saying that once you do start looking at seams in shop-bought goods, you realise actually, even on shop-bought goods, a lot of the time they're off.
Yeah, no, and I hate that. It really annoys me when you've got 2 bits of fabric, you know, like a waistband and a bodice or the skirt, and then the seams don't match, because it is
small
a
attention
little
to
bit more
detail.
time consuming, but you know, and it's really satisfying when you stitch a seam and you go, oh.
So nice, so nice. We've had a message from Chris. Thank you, Chris, for getting in touch. She says, hello, Natasha and Rebecca.
Oh, hello. Hello, Chris.
She says, talking of postman, as we were, she's just had her delivery. Hey, and a free gift.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, have you seen the free gifts?
No, I haven't.
Have you not seen them?
No, I haven't.
Oh, well, okay.
Let me see.
If you're a first-time buyer with us here at the Sewing Quarter and you spend over £10, not including your P&P, then you will get this for free. It's $14.99's worth of free kit.
Oh, it's so nice. I like the logo on the front.
Yeah, we've got that up on the wall now. I mean, we are officially here. Officially here. Everybody needs a sewing kit. Whether you're sending your kids off to uni with one or whatever, everybody needs a little sewing kit.
Oh, I really like it.
Isn't it good?
I would actually like one of those.
Me
that
too.
Would be brilliant.
Me too. And do you know what? The number of conversations that went on over this pair of scissors.
Oh, really?
Getting the scissors right. They wanted a little curve so that you could get in to nip. They wanted that, and finally the correct scissors were located and added into the kit.
And you've got buttons and a stitch.
You've got buttons,
and some needles. That's
threads.
A really good kit. I like that.
Perfect. So if you want to buy with us today, £10 or more, and it's the first time buying with us, this is what you're getting.
So if you buy this kit,
nice. Now, if you're buying the kit today, of course, and you're the first time buying with us, you'll get that as well. So $19.95 to get all of this material, 2.5 meters of material. This is coming in 5 half-meter lengths. You can 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's another bit of material that we've just missed off the top of the screen there. There's five
one off the top
of those. Yeah, there's a beautiful teal one, and the instructions, and of course the thread as well. Everything that you need to get going. I love that you're increasing your stash when you get these kits, because you're not going to use all that thread in one go. You're not going to use all the fabric.
No, and it's really nice to have it, isn't it, as well?
Yeah.
You know, when you're making something else, or you're making a little purse, think, oh, what shall I line it with? Oh, got that bit left over.
That's your fabric.
Perfect.
That's what's coming, and it comes in a gorgeous kit. I'm all about the kit. When I was a kid, my aunts, for my birthday, they always used to send me kits to make.
Did they? Like craft kits?
Yeah.
I love craft kits. I buy a lot of craft kits for my nieces and nephews.
So it was always during the summer holidays. So it always used to keep me entertained. It's good. Thanks for that, aunts. So we're about to pin.
So now the first thing we'll do, before we won't pin any of the fabric, we're going to pin all the seams first, because they're the things that need to match. So the way you do that is lay it one on top of the other so that the raw edges are matching, and then you know it's in the right place.
Right.
So it's the right place that way.
Yeah.
Now, put a pin about, that is probably 5 centimetres, 2 inches, something like that, down.
Yeah.
Through there, and then lift that up. And can you see it doesn't go through there?
Oh,
now that's not a lot.
Controversial.
But it's enough that it won't
It's
match.
enough to annoy you.
So, pick it up and put it through that seam. So now, can you see my pin?
Yes.
Oh, that's not quite through. My pin now goes through that seam, and then pull it tight. Okay? Pull it tight.
Oh, so it's still sticking out the edge there. Okay.
Right? And then, at the top edge, within the seam allowance, so maybe a centimetre, half a centimetre in, do the same thing. So push it through there, and then push it through there. And so can you see now, let's give it, push it a bit hard. Can you see the pin goes through the seam there and through the seam there?
Yes. This is why you need to do that backward stitch, isn't it, to hold, so that it's really held.
And this is also why you need your seam allowances pressed open. Okay? So pull them nice and tight, and now we know that they're lining up.
Okay.
Then if you get a pin and put one here, that will be within the seam allowance. You won't need to take that. Put another one here, just where that one is. And then we'll put one in the middle as well.
Oh, nice. We are, this is belt and braces.
Right, and then you can take those out.
Oh, okay, right.
So when you actually stitch it, your 1.5 centimetres, that's about here.
Yeah.
So you can actually stitch without taking any of these pins out.
Oh,
you might find that your foot gets caught on that one, so you have to take it out.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter because those two, so you know that because that one's in the right place and that one's in the right place, what's going on in between will be in the right place.
I'm going to let you pin the next ones, and we're going to go to the website because apparently we have some exciting news. Because it's Simply Sewing's 2nd birthday, if you go to the first page, you'll see the magazines there. Learn more, click down on Learn More. Oh, we've got a special offer. So you can get the first 3 issues of Simply Sewing. Now bear in mind, all the kits that we brought you today have been in various different editions. We have brought you a special birthday promotion. So you can get the first 3 ever editions for £3.
Wow.
Not each.
Wow, that's really good.
But this is today only. This is just to
today,
celebrate.
the first 3.
So maybe this is the first time that you've heard of Simply Sewing.
So is that issues 1 to 3, the first?
I believe so. Is that right, Producer Paul? Is that the first ever 3 editions of the magazine? So your first 3 issues, as in from now.
From now.
Not the back
first,
copies, brand new ones.
So the one that's on sale now and then the next. Oh, okay.
But only if you sign up today. If you sign up today, then the first 3 that you will get from now going forwards will be just.
That's a bargain, isn't it?
It's good, isn't it?
It's a really real bargain. £1 an issue. Wow.
It's a saving of 83%. Oh, hello. Happy birthday.
Okay. Well, we've got to do something to celebrate our birthday. We've had a cake.
Oh, we haven't had a cake.
Have you not?
No.
You need
What's
to come down.
going on?
Well, you're not in the Simply Sewing office.
Well, yeah, but we've got half of Simply Sewing here today.
Yes, true,
Therefore,
true. Yeah,
cake should travel.
We should have bought the cake with us, but unfortunately we didn't.
Hey, look, this could be
well, because I wasn't there today. See, I'm not in the office today, so
yeah.
I had to have the cake.
So you had to have cake yesterday.
Had to have the cake, obviously.
Obviously, absolutely. You'll notice that a lot of cake happens.
We like cake.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. A lot of cake happens.
So our birthday today, and then it's my birthday on Monday. And
oh,
it's
happy birthday!
Our Ted's birthday on Sunday. So we're all having birthdays at the same time.
Yay.
Hence the cake.
Hence the cake, absolutely.
It's the birthday time of year. And it's our publisher's birthday as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, same time. So
oh, my goodness. Cake-tastic. If you've just joined us, we are celebrating Simply Sewing's 2nd birthday. Rebecca Reid here, who's busily pinning away, is the technical editor there. Now, that means that you are the one responsible for all the fabulous step-by-step guides that you get in the easy-to-follow step-by-step guides in the magazine.
Yes, I write all the... or rewrite all the instructions that our designers send in, and I make quite a lot of the projects as well.
Nice.
So a bit of both.
6 per I was going to say episode, per edition.
Yeah, and I write all the sort of technical features on things like, how to stitch the perfect buttonhole and how to make a seam and how to match seams and all the sort of technical stuff.
Hence being technical editor.
Yes.
Hey.
So I am very lucky. I have the perfect job for anyone who sews.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
the dream job.
Either write about it or I do it.
It's Perfect.
isn't it?
We've had more messages in. Thank you ever so much. Susie's messaged in. Hello. She says she's just received her first delivery. She's so excited.
Oh, that's nice.
And she's got another one coming tomorrow.
Wow. Oh my God, our postman's going to be busy.
Good work.
She won't know what to start on first.
A lot of love for the postman out there.
So when you've pinned your seams, see, I've done all
Yes.
4 of them now.
Do you do just the top, or do you then do the bottom one
Well,
as well?
then you can now pin the fabric. So because you've cut it exactly
33 centimetres.
33
Yep.
centimetres, and when you cut the fabric, you can either draw the lines on the wrong side of the fabric and cut along it with a pair of scissors, or you can use a rotary cutter and ruler.
Right.
Either.
Whatever is your preference.
I use a rotary cutter because I've got one.
Yes.
And it's quicker, and I do a lot of cutting
and
out.
if you've got a lovely mat like
Yeah,
this,
and it's
then
just
what's not to love?
it's just simple, but you don't need to have one. I mean, it's the one thing when people say, "What would you buy? What one thing would you buy?" This is what I would buy: a cutting mat and a ruler and the rotary cutter. That's if I had to choose.
Yes.
Because I use it so much, and if you're cutting, maybe you're binding an edge and you need a 2 centimetre wide strip, you can get. It's just perfect.
It's
a perfect cut. It's a real good. Put it on your birthday list. Treat yourself.
Do you know what? Absolutely.
That's what I would do.
With this mat, it is a whopper. It is a big one.
And this is the size I have because it, you need the space, don't you?
It's 90 by 60.
So
that's
lovely.
centimetres. So you've got centimetres on one side, you've got inches on the other. So whichever way you're working, whether you're doing your quilting, you're working in inches, or you want to do your dressmaking in centimetres, however you work, just flip the mat. If you need to hang it up, it's even got a little hole so you can hang it on your wall. But to be honest, I keep my mat down all the time.
Yeah.
It's self-healing. I will be investing in a bigger one. Mine
Well,
isn't
also,
this big.
because
I love
it's 60
this size.
centimetres wide, most fabric, particularly sort of patchwork or quilting, is 112 centimetres wide. So if you fold the fabric in half, it fits on the mat.
Nice.
So if you're cutting strips and you're cutting it a whole thing, it fits.
Because there's nothing worse than having to stop,
And you don't
shimmy
really
it
want
up
to
a little
start.
bit,
Yeah.
and then
So
start
you
again.
can fold it in half and do it.
That's why this is, yeah.
And if it was
Need
any
this
bigger
in my
than this,
life.
it would be really hard to find a table to put it on. I mean, ideally, it would be the whole width of the fabric, but you wouldn't be able to reach all the way across either. So.
We don't have Mr. Tickle Arms.
No. So
That's
this
a
is a
fact.
really good size.
Nice.
It's a very worthwhile investment.
It's a well thought out size, isn't it? It's $39.95. Put it on your birthday list. I like that idea. Because it's one of those things that's going to be so useful.
And it's also, you think, well, I don't need that because I've used the scissors, I'm used to that. But once you've got one, you'd never not have one.
Do you know what? Sometimes it's the non-glamorous gifts
are
the
It's
most
wonderful.
useful, and the ones that actually you think about that person that gave it to you and think, I'm so glad.
Just
that
don't
they
let
did
the
that.
kids at it, because mine get at it and they go, I'm just cutting out, and they start gluing and sticking and things, and then
I'm not going to lie, there's glitter on mine.
no sticking on my cutting mat.
I have a 3-year-old who
Yeah,
glitter,
because
so
otherwise then it's ruined, isn't it? But
he now has his own.
well, that's a very good idea.
Yeah.
But you can actually wipe them off. They do wipe off quite well. So I've pinned that bit. Now when you pin between the two, just give it a little pull to make sure, because you've gathered, by doing this, you've gathered up the fabric, you've put a bit of tension on the fabric.
Right.
So although the fabric pieces are the same size, the seam stops it stretching as much, and also the pins hold it. So, but if you stretch it back, I tend to stretch it, put your finger there really tight and put one in the middle.
I didn't know there was such an art to pinning. I'm learning.
Well, I know, but do you know what? You save so much time, because if you pin it properly now, when you're under the machine, you just whiz it through. But if you don't, you're trying to, because you'll have to pull it anyway, because the pins are holding it, because we've got 3 in each seam.
This is why they say, isn't it? Prior and proper preparation prevents poor performance.
It does make a difference. So you pin all the way down, which I can do quickly if you like. Because you've got those pins, you don't need so many there.
Nice. Whilst you're pinning, let me just reiterate that lovely little offer that we've got for the Simply Sewing magazine. So here's how it goes. If you subscribe to Simply Sewing today, maybe you've loved all of the kits that we've bought and realised that all of these are in the magazines. It's a great starter way, and if you are looking for the next level up, then this is a lovely way to go with it. So when you subscribe today, your first 3 issues will come to you for just £3. That's an 83% on the shop price. That's awesome. Because they're normally $5.95.
Yeah, and you'll love it. There's so much stuff in it. It's all sort of dressmaking.
So,
free dress pattern with every issue.
Nice. Now, obviously, terms and conditions apply, so do check out the website for all of that. But it's all on the website. All of that information is there for you. It's a little birthday treat.
It is.
From us
definitely.
to you.
Yes, well, it's our birthday, so you can celebrate with us.
I love that we are part of a company that has all of these different mediums. So we've got obviously our channel here where we can bring to life what you see on the page. I think it just works so well.
And then in the magazine, you know, we then go into more depth and give you more detail, and you learn. You know, we'll teach you in there in the same ways we teach you here.
And you've also got it as a tangible reference.
And it's just a really nice thing. And then you can come and buy the kits for the things that we make. Wonderful.
I like to think of it as I don't know if you're like an e-reader or anything like that, but anything that I buy on a Kindle or anything like that, I always have to buy the actual book.
Yeah, well,
itself.
I've never had a Kindle, and because I read a lot, read lots of books, and I just don't. I like the printed stuff. I just do. I can't. What
Hey,
I don't
you're
like,
an editor. You love prints.
I don't
That's
like
what we
about
want.
them. They tell you what percentage you've read, and you feel sort of under pressure. Oh my God, I've only read 25%.
Quick,
Anyway,
quick.
so.
Oh my goodness, I've read 25%. I was meant to do the ironing.
Yes, I was supposed to be doing something else. How
the
did
guilt.
that happen?
But the joy, of course, here is that you can watch and iron at the same time.
So what you should do, before I said, you should do this other side at the same time.
Right.
It's just easier to get it all pinned and out.
We're going to, or we're not?
No, I'm not going to do that now, because I've done one side. But
Yeah.
you just pin the other side in exactly the same way.
Okay.
So you would just turn it round, match the seams, pin the other side.
And off you go.
So
we're going to sew down that
yes,
that long
that
side.
very, very long side. Which I don't.
There's a lot of fabric here. For under £20, 2.5 metres of fabric for under £20 of 100% cotton. Oh, I know what I meant to ask. Should I have washed this before I started?
Well, ideally, yes, because it's a scarf. Then you know it is going to get a lot of wash.
Yeah.
A lot of wear, I mean. So you will want to wash it. So ideally it would be better if you did, and also because of the colours. I mean, these are good quality fabrics. They shouldn't run, but you know, you just never. I think it's worth checking, and because it's something that you're going to be wearing.
Yeah.
Just wash it all and press it when it's just a tiny bit damp, because you don't want it to be creased. It needs to be really nice and flat,
Crisp.
and
Nice.
crisp. So shall I show you now? I'm just about to reach the pins.
Yes.
Just making sure the seam allowance is still flat on the back, which it is. So I'm running the edge of my fabric along the 1.5 centimetre mark on the sewing machine.
Using that guide on your machine.
And if you've got an older machine that has an imperial guide, it'll say 5/8 of an inch. With the new machine, 1.5. So just make sure when you're sewing that 1.5 centimetre mark always is. Just keep that in mind.
I've known designers use sort of a low-tack tape and extend that marker. So
Yeah,
that
no, I've done it. If I want a 4 centimetre seam allowance, I'll stick some masking tape.
Yeah.
On my sewing machine. Yeah, that's that, but
Standard.
mostly what you do, that's standard. So now when you can see when I get to here, I'm not actually hitting any of those pins.
No, you're not. Good
But-
pinning.
Now I've just gone slightly beyond the seam, it's safe.
Okay.
So I'll just take that one out. Because it's safe now. I can take that one out. I can take them all out if you take them all out at this stage. But that's safe now because I've gone through the seam.
You've gone through that
So
central
I'm safe.
seam. This is how top tips to get perfect. I was going to say perfect points, but it isn't, is it? It's perfect matching on
And
your
you can use
seams.
this in lots of things, you know, for dressmaking, if you're matching a waistband to a bodice or a bodice to a skirt, particularly if the colours are quite contrasting.
Well, I have to say, admiring your beautiful dress that you're wearing today, I've got a side view here and I can see the seams absolutely lining up perfectly down the side of your dress.
Using my
so
technique.
you know,
Well,
you
it
do
would
as
have
you
looked
say.
rubbish though, wouldn't it? If they hadn't matched, you would have seen it. It would have jarred.
You'd have had to have walked around with your
I
arms
know,
like that.
and I wouldn't
all
have
day.
liked that. So, and actually, this is sort of something like this you're going to wear. That I would unpick it and start again.
And the same applies with the kit, of course. If you don't quite get your seams right, just unpick it. It just takes a moment to do. But the result that you get, you'll be so much happier with the results that you get. That perfect finish. Take the time with this because this is something that you're going to wear. You're going to enjoy wearing. People are going to ask where you got it from because it's a little bit unusual. It's a little bit different, and actually, it's going to work with your wardrobe. All those gorgeous colours, the greys, the blues, the teals, then that cobalt blue in there as well. Really love that. So $19.95. But not only that, but you're using 66 centimetres across. So out of a ½ metre of fabric, how wide was the material? 112.
Yeah, 44 inches.
So you're using just over half.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
So you have a bit left.
Yeah, you've got a lot left there to play with.
Yeah, which is
So you've got just under a fat quarter left.
Yeah, to play with. That you can do whatever you like with.
Nice. That makes this great value for money in my mind. Absolutely brilliant. 1995 MIGC 91. It's not. Is that wrong? That it's not just about what I can make, but it's the other things that I can make from what I've got left
exactly.
over.
Yeah, it's not just what I can make. It's the potential.
It's the potential.
The potential that's folded on your shelf
of matching goodness. Yeah. That's what we love. So, of course, we're steadily sewing down here because this
we're
is
nearly there.
I didn't mean that in a can you hurry up way. It was take the time.
Well,
to
and
get
you
this
know,
right.
take the time, take the pins out. Don't sew over the pins. You will break the machine needle, and probably it's not good for your machine either. So take them out before you get there. Try and remember. Some people do sew on top of their pins. But.
Now, if you joined us at 8 o'clock, Rebecca also brought us a kitchen apron. I have to say that really slowly.
Kitchen. It's a great title.
It is,
That's
isn't
what
it?
it was called in
This
the
is what it
magazine.
looked like. Nautical themes going on there. Still a few of those available. They haven't quite all gone. So if you want those, happily, we still have some left. ULGC 42, £18.95. Now you're getting your beautiful designs there, your Macawa fabrics there. Again, everything in the kit, plus your thread, everything that you need to go.
And all the
so that was the apron. That was you at 8 o'clock this morning, bright and early.
Yes. Now look, I've sewn one.
Yes.
And you then sew the other. I'm not going to do that because I want to show you my...
Leaving these edges open.
Yeah, they're open.
Okay.
So you've got a tube.
Okay.
Got a tube. So I'm just going to... I'm not going to sew that now because I'm going to show you my seams. This is where...
Show us your seams,
This is why I'm feeling a little bit scared now.
Okay,
because
go on
what
then.
if they don't match? I shall feel
No,
awful.
they will. I have every... Hey, look at that.
See, now you can see how... It took, what, I don't know, a couple of minutes, if that, to do each seam, which does take time because I know you cut it all out, you just want to whiz it through the machine, but it's worth it, isn't it?
Isn't it? Oh, the satisfaction.
The satisfaction. And I do this, and I get to the ironing board and I go, oh, can I better it? And if it doesn't meet, I think, oh,
so, and does the unpicker come out?
Well, it does actually, because I always think, my mum always said to me, if you look at something and you think, oh, I'm not sure, then do it again.
You're not
because
going to wear it.
If you're not sure now, you never will be. I knitted a jumper once.
That's so true.
And I said, it doesn't quite fit. I'd knitted about this much.
Yeah.
I said, but it's fine, I'll stretch it. She goes, you won't. You'll never stretch it. It will look rubbish. And so I did. I actually unpicked the whole thing and started. But she was right, because if you look at something and you think, well, it doesn't matter, it's fine, then that's okay. But if you look at it and think, a bit disappointed, then just do it again. Just do it again. And you'll be glad. Because if it bothers you now, it will always bother you. But
you're so right.
But things don't have to be perfect. So if it doesn't, and you think, oh, well, it's fine, it's just a bit of practice, then, don't beat yourself up. No one else will notice, only you. But if you care, then you have to
producer Paul is our voice of doom, saying life isn't perfect.
No. But we can
we can in our sewing.
Yes,
we absolutely can. We have control over these things. That's exactly what we can make perfect in our lives. Oh, look, here we go. A bit more perfection coming out.
I have now sewn them together and turned them right sides out.
Now you've got 20 minutes to show us your magic thing.
So I sewed them both together, turned it right sides out, and that's what it looks like with the matching seams. Pressed it. It's all lovely.
Can I show you? Look at this. Perfect seams.
And you can see how easy it was to do. It wasn't a difficult thing to do, was it? It was just it's just knowing what to do. So now we've got to join it into a loop.
Yes.
And you don't want to be able to see the seam, so you don't want to sew it together.
Well, this is the thing.
Like
You've gone to such...
How rubbish would that look?
Really rubbish. Even if you did like a secret...
Yeah, even if you turned it under and... Oh, I don't know.
No. Okay, so we're going to have to do something.
Also, it has to remain a tube that's open as well. So you can't sew it together. Because otherwise, you see this... The example scarf, we folded it in half. I'll show you when it's finished. We actually fold it in half like this to put it round. So it's got to be a tube. Anyway, now this is really good way of doing it.
This is where I would be flummoxed.
So you fold it all back like a banana.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. My producer's
not like
saying,
a banana.
This is why you're not technical editor, Tash. I know. That's why we have experts.
So we fold it all back on itself.
Okay.
Okay.
So you've made a little sort of sack.
Yes. Now, matching. Oh, let's get the pins. I'm really worried about dropping them all on the floor again. So
Oh, don't. They're easy to pick up, as
yes,
we've discovered.
really
Those lovely glass-headed pins, so easy, and so easy to find as well.
And I'm not crunching on them anymore. So you've obviously pressed your seams open on the inside
Obviously,
first,
yes.
which I have done. So I'm just opening it again. So match up the seam
Same way?
in exactly the
Sticky,
same way.
sticky, pokey pin way?
In the same way, match the raw edge first. Put the pin through. Make sure.
Oh, it was a bit off.
Yeah, because
there you go.
It's never going to go all the way. You're not going to get it. You can open this, keep this one apart, and just poke it through because I know it's the right level.
Yeah.
So do that. Remember, you put.
Do you check where it's coming out from underneath as well to check?
Yeah,
that
well, you can, but actually, if you can see that it's going in there, then it's bound to be coming out there.
No, okay. Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, look, I could move that slightly, but make sure it's going through the seam.
How picky do we want to be?
Well, you're going to bother. Anyway, put one at the top, as we did before, within the seam allowance. One there.
Now, if you just joined us, what you're seeing is Rebecca Reid, technical editor from Simply Sewing, here showing us why she is technical editor with all her technical goodies that she's showing us. Technical tips to take us from homemade to handmade. It's that difference, isn't it, of having that professional finish from something that looks... it's nice to something like,
actually that looks nice and that
really
works.
lovely. All for £20, under £20, £19.95 for this scarf kit. Now, 5 lots of half meters of fabric. The exciting thing for me is I can make a scarf out of this. That's lovely. Great value for £19.95 to have a beautiful different scarf, really lovely. But then I get nearly a fat quarter left of each of those fabrics to then do other things. This is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. Happy days. I'm thrilled.
Yeah, you can stitch whatever you like with them.
Well, I feel that I'm getting more.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm getting more
it's just
with
nice
this.
to have a bit left over anyway.
A bit.
So now look, I've done the 2 seams.
Nice.
So we now need to pin it together along one side, all the way along. And then I'll have to show you.
And again, longwise here.
Yeah, put them horizontally because you want to hold the fabric.
Yes.
It's cotton, it won't shift, it won't stretch. If it was something really stretchy, if you were in a jersey fabric, pin them that way because it holds it more and put more in. But with a cotton, it won't stretch and you can hold. So if you were doing a stretch fabric, for example, do it that way to stop it stretching, but just put them closer together.
Okay.
Yeah?
So that's your stretch, but on cotton.
You don't need to. That's just a little pinning tip for you, a free one. So now what you need to do is you need to leave a gap in the middle because we've got to turn this right sides out.
Okay.
So in order to remember, and I'm showing you this because I've sometimes obviously have forgotten at times, put some pins in to remind you of the gap.
This is and what I've noticed is that this seems to be the universal symbol of don't sew here. If our designers have been pinning vertically, then they'll double pin. Because when they come across 2 pins, it's like,
because you get all the way round and you go, oh, I forgot the gap.
And then you have to unpick.
So the gap needs to be, maybe a little bit bigger than that, enough to sort of get your hand in to turn it round. Okay, so shall I sew that?
Yes.
And then I can show you the turning inside out.
If on my sewing machine I can take off part of the table and have it as
I was
like
just
a
looking
sleeve.
at that. Can you take
there
this
you
one
go.
off? Oh, you can. Oh, cool. Even better.
Okay. Producer Paul's very worried that you've just broken the.
I've just broken the machine.
No, it's okay because this is a design feature on a lot of sewing machines that means that you can do your sleeves, and this is kind of like a big sleeve.
Yeah, and it just means. Without that, you can still do it, but it just means you're absolutely sure you're not going to stitch it together.
Do you start at one of your vertical pins?
Yes, sorry, I took that out while you weren't looking. I put the needle down, but it was just there at one of the vertical pins. So start sewing. Remember to go backwards at the beginning.
Okay.
And then you just sew all the way around again.
Yeah.
And make sure that you sew a bit slower at where the seams match.
Yes.
Take the pins out because although you won't sew through the pins, the big heads you might catch on your foot. Yeah. That then sends, if you catch the foot on it, it just sends the needle off a bit,
don't you?
and then you won't have a nice straight seam. And again, remember to follow the line on the stitch plate that's marked already handily.
This is it, isn't it? Sewing machines now, they're
People always go,
building us for
I
success.
can't sew. How am I going to sew in straight lines? You think, well, you know, because the lines are marked. It's not, you haven't got to
go
just,
slow.
You haven't got to just be an amazing straight sewer. The lines are marked. You just follow them.
And off you go. This is brilliant.
Let's take the...
This is one of those scarves that I look at and I think that's so clever. It's the finishing touch. It's this bit that I just... Sorry, stabbing there with my fingernail. It's that bit that I wouldn't know how to do. So I'm really pleased that you're showing us how to do this bit. Now, that's a vertical pin, so we know not to go over that. And backwards and forwards to secure that, because you're going to be getting your hand through there, aren't you?
So you want it to be nice and secure. So cut the ends of your thread off. Now, if you're doing this at home, just pull it open now and press the seams open. So I'm not going to do that here. But
do you want me to? I've got the iron is warm and ready to go.
Yeah.
Should we do that? Let's do that.
Let's do that. Well, particularly what's important is, I'll finger press this so it's easier. The gap, if you press the gap now, and all you need to do is pull that and that, there you go.
With your fingers, I'm coming in.
So now the edges of your gap are nicely pressed down.
Oh, nice.
Which will just make it easier. And then just press the rest of it open. It's a bit fiddly, and you because it's all twisted in itself, you will crease it, so you'll have to give it another press from the right side.
Hey, get a friend involved.
Get a friend involved.
It's making it easier.
And then...
Oh, you see, even from the wrong side, you can appreciate those seams being perfectly placed.
Yeah, look, little.
Nice. It's like a little checkerboard, isn't it?
There you go.
I remember one of the first sort of costumes that I had to make. I think, we're looking at A-level theatre studies. I decided to do a Harlequin trouser set.
I hope you had nicely matched seams.
I don't know where it is, to be honest. I'm going to say yes. Of course I did.
Of course I did. Yes.
Possibly.
Right.
Possibly. If you've just joined us, then you might be thinking, what on earth are those two doing? You'd be forgiven for thinking that. We often wonder ourselves. But actually, no, we do know. We're making an infinity scarf today. We've got a kit for you. You're getting a ½ metre of each of the 5 different fabrics. So this is one of those scarves that you can match to any outfit, because maybe you want to put the emphasis on the teal colour, or that cool blue, or the grey, or the battleship grey, or that cobalt blue. Whichever one you want, you just make that the main feature of the scarf. It's an infinity scarf. It's really lovely. Takes your outfits from day to night. Ooh, it's lovely. Dress it up, dress it down. Pop it with a pair of jeans. It's going to look fab. 1995 MIGC 91 is your item code.
Right. So now we've got a gap.
Yes. Yes, we have.
So just put our hand in. This is when you think, I've done this right. And you just turn it inside out. Through the gap.
She has. She's only gone and done it right. That's fab.
I know, how funny would that have been? Not. If it wasn't right. So, I mean, I remember I said to you, pressing those seams will crease the rest of it. We can press that. But now, we've got a little gap. But it's a perfect tube.
Oh, that's brilliant.
With that final seam that we've stitched, looks just like... So you see that's the one that we just stitched, which has got a bit of thread coming through it. Pull that out. That looks just like the others.
Yes.
So this is really good if you ever need to stitch a tube.
That's awesome.
Just remember the peeling back.
The peeling technique.
So, obviously, this is the bit where we do have to do a bit of hand sewing.
That's okay.
That's fine.
We're good with that.
We can do that. So, make sure you don't pin through what you only want to pin through one side. But when we sew it, we're actually going to sort of sew the two together, not on top of each other.
Yeah.
We're going to sew them so they lay side by side, so they look like that.
I call this a ladder stitch. You call it
well, I call it a slip stitch, but to be honest, they're the same. They're pretty much the same.
So they're the same, pretty much the same stitch.
I think a slip stitch might be a little bit smaller. So I'm going to just put a pin there to make sure I don't pull it too much one side.
Okay.
Now I do have a needle.
Hey, we've got needles on the show, of course, because you know that's what you're going to need. Hand needles here.
I'm going to pinch a bit of thread from the machine.
Do it. Well, then you know that they all mix and match, don't they? Alrighty. So hand sewing. We've got a message apparently. Sonia, hello Sonia. She says it's brilliant.
First of all, keep your hand inside.
I'm just going to... Sonia's messages, she said it's brilliant that I'm admitting to the fact that I'm not confident in doing all these projects. Yeah, well, I'm going to be honest, because...
You're not... you don't have to be. You're not supposed to be.
No, you know, she says it's helping the newbies get involved. But that's just it. The only way you're going to do it is by learning.
It's purely practice.
That's all it is.
So keep your hand inside because you don't want to sew all the way through.
Okay.
And then
that's
just
another rookie
secure
error,
your
isn't it?
thread by working a couple of little stitches on top of each other. See?
Nice.
Right. And do that out somewhere in the seam, not the bit you're joining together. And then you just slip stitch. So what you do is you come out of one side. I don't know whether, can you see this?
Can we do this can we do it at an angle? There we go. Is that a good way to do it?
Right. And then you put it in the other side, go away along a little bit.
So you go along that bit that we
ironed. That's why that's one of the reasons they call it ladder stitch. So I'll tell you what, I'll do it, but I won't pull them tight, and then you can see. And then you go in the other side and come out. And now, can you see I've got little rungs?
Let's show this here. So you go along, you come out. That's your rung of your ladder. Oh, nice. There we go.
That's good.
And then you go back in, and then that's sort of the side of your ladder, across your rung, and then you're going to go up there, across, up, across, up. Across. That's your ladder stitch. That's why I call it a ladder stitch, because that's how I can remember it.
And then when you pull those little rungs,
they just disappear.
They disappear. I mean, to be honest, if you find that too fiddly, it's the first time you do it, you could just over sew it. It wouldn't matter too much because it's only in the centre bit. You can keep that on the inside.
Yes.
But that is how you would do it.
Hey, well done to Sammy. What am I saying well done for? And Kathleen, and Shirley, Denise, Lisa, Sylvia. All for getting involved on the show today. Thank you ever so much for messaging in. Any that we don't read out on the show, we do read afterwards, so thank you. It's always appreciated. Knowing that you're out there enjoying the shows is absolutely lovely. Thank you for that.
Well, it's nice to hear if they've learned something new, if they've actually picked something up and thought, oh, that was worth it. It's really good to know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jo, who we've got coming up next, she was saying earlier that, of course, yes, she's an expert in making toys, but she's not an expert in dressmaking. So she's been learning lots of tips from our dressmakers. And you're not necessarily going to be an expert in everything. So do take a look on the website because...
And it doesn't matter how long you've been sewing.
Yeah.
Does it really? That you can always pick at things. I mean, when you've been sewing for as long as I have, I would think, oh, well, I'm never going to pick up anything else. But every day, I always pick things. I mean, from Jo, who's an amazing soft toy maker, isn't she?
Oh, isn't she just?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I look at her instructions every month, but I still pick things up from her. She always has great ideas.
Now, don't forget, we've got a special offer on the web. So when you subscribe to Simply Sewing, then you get your first 3 editions for just £3. Terms and conditions apply. It's all there on the website, but do take a look. But it's a saving of 83% on the shop price on the first 3 copies that you're going to get. That's good. That's really good. I like that because then you're building up a nice stash of an inspirational library.
Right, so I've got to the end now.
Yes.
So I'll just work a couple of tiny stitches on top of each other just so that the thread doesn't come undone.
Yes.
Which it would do if you didn't do that. And then, using your little scissors, trim it off.
Hey, it's done. It's perfect.
It's done. It's done. You need to just make sure all your loose threads are out. Give it a jolly good press.
Oh, I can do that.
Just because that bit got creased when we did the turning.
When we did the seams and stuff. So this is, of course, part of the kit. So if you want to grab the kit, there we go. Joint ironing going on here. If you want to grab the kit, you are going to get 5 half-metre lengths. You are going to have so much left over. That's the other joy. Firstly, you get a beautiful scarf. Secondly, you get loads left over to be able to then make a matching bag or a matching purse or whatever, a matching tote.
So shall I show you how to put it on?
Yes, please do.
Well,
because this is it. The styling is part of it.
For a really neat bit, you can just wrap it around your neck, but I think it looks a bit neater if you fold it in half, like that. So
okay.
Put it round your neck.
Yep.
And then put that bend around.
Just going to watch your mic there.
Oh.
Okay, that's all right. It's all right. There we go. So that's the way.
You can either have it quite tight.
Let me move your mic out of the way so that we can just. There we go. I'm going to pop that up. There you go.
So you can either have it quite tight round there. I need to see what that looks like. Okay. Or if you want to fill up more of the gap that's there, You could do it. And if you decide, you know, because you can see, oh, I'm trying to do it backwards, that you can see the teal here.
Yeah.
If you want to have more of, say, the blue or the dark grey, just turn it round.
Swizzle it round and off you go.
Swizzle it round, and now I've got more grey, and you know, you can change the colour, and also depending on which colour you put on the outside, which colour you put on the inside.
That's
you know,
fab.
You can make it more casual by not folding it. If you sort of do this, you know, it's more casual. So
I love it. Thank you, Rebecca, so much. You've brought us fabulous kits, under £20. First you brought us the pinning, now you've brought us the infinity scarf with oodles left over. The whole kit there, ready to go for just under £20, $19.95, MIGC 91. It's really gorgeous. Thank you so much. You've demystified, you've taught us techniques.
But of course, themes.
She is the technical editor. So do check out your baskets. Don't miss out on this. Next up, we are making a deer head. Jo Carter's back, so stay with us for that. We will see you in just one moment. Thank you so much. You can enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
See you in a bit. Bye-bye.
The Sewing Quarter is a new inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, you'll hear us talking about pre-cuts a lot of the time. And I can hear you saying, what's a pre-cut, John? Now, pre-cuts, they're pieces of fabric that have been bundled together, all cut to the same size, usually from complementary fabrics, so you've got a lovely little bundle to take home and start your sewing. Pre-cuts come in all shapes and sizes, but here are a few of the most popular. This is a jelly roll. I love jelly rolls. Now, these are normally 40 strips of fabric. They are all 110 by 6.35 centimetres. To you and me, that's 44 inches by 2.5 inches wide. They're normally cut from 8 different fabrics, but look how gorgeous they are. Now, one word of warning. They look beautiful like this. When you cut them open, all the fabric spread everywhere. You'll never, ever be able to put them back together again. This is a charm pack. There are 42 pieces of fabric, 12.7 centimetres by 12.7 centimetres. So basically, it's a 5-inch square. You get so many gorgeous fabrics in a charm pack. You'll find an awful lot of patterns inside a charm pack as well. Another favourite pack is the fat quarter pack. Now these measure 55 centimetres by 50 centimetres, or like me, 22 inches by 20 inches. Now, you normally find lots of different fabrics all bundled together. They're all different colours, all different shapes, but you know what? Unlike the jelly rolls and unlike the charm packs, the number of pieces of fabric can alter from 2 to 30. Look! Whichever pre-cut you choose, you've just got to remember 2 things. 1, all the fabrics will go so beautifully together, and 2, someone else has done the boring, laborious task of cutting them all out. So it's all about getting on with the sewing, which is what we love here at the Sewing Quarter. When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
Hey, welcome back. Right, we're here at the Sewing Quarter. This is our last live hour. We have been bringing in kits all day. So we bought the pinafore, then we bought the rabbit, which sold out very, very quickly. Apologies for that. We're looking to get more stock in of that. But we've got something a little bit special for you now. We've got the deer head. Check him out. Oh dear, he's just brilliant. We absolutely love him. In fact, we have a version of him up on the wall in the office. We love him that much. This is brought to us by one of Simply Sewing's fabulous, fabulous designers. Jo Carter's here with us today. She's back again. She brought us the rabbit earlier that sold out. And we're back now with our deer. So if you want the deer today, do get in quick, because I can't guarantee, seeing how fast the rabbit went, how long the deer will be. Now, here's the thing. It's a whole kit, but oh my goodness, you get loads. You're getting all of this felt, all 8 pieces of felt for the antlers. You get 1 hoop. Now you can get more hoops. They are so if you're getting this kit thinking I'm going to make a lot more of these, then you can buy the hoops on the website separately. You're also going to get your embroidery thread. You're also going to get your actual thread to sew with. Plus you get a ½ metre of that fabulous stag head material, and the black as well. Is the black just for the nose? Just for the nose. So you get a ½ metre just for the nose. That's a lot of noses. And then you get that lovely, gorgeous pink polka dots for the backing. Love, love, love this. And you're getting all of this in your kit. I'm going to come and see the creator. Come with me. Come with me. Come with me. Over here. Jo, thank you.
Hello.
Mwah. Brilliant kits again. Now, when this first came into Simply Sewing, this is how he came, like this. And we have a version of him. We've got a blue version up on the wall in the office.
There is.
But I love that you've got the deer fabric to make the deer.
It's just the perfect fabric for it.
But let me show you the instructions, because you're getting full written instructions, photographic instructions, and of course if you're watching the show, then you've got, well, yeah, you've got visuals too. So there we go, all of those details there, and then you get the pattern. So you can make more than one from this kit, but you would need to get extra hoops.
You would, yes.
Yes, so you will need to get extra embroidery hoops. They of course are available on the website as well. Now the Oh Dear Hoop Art Deer Head Kit, it's a mouthful, isn't it?
It is a bit.
So just call him Oh Dear. Is available for $34.95. But how many did you reckon you would get out of that amount of fabric? Because there's a lot of fabric there.
You could definitely get 2 out of that amount of fabric.
Yes.
Easily.
Easy, easy. Just buy yourself another hoop and you're good to go. You get 1 hoop in with the kit, but there's ample in there. Absolutely ample. So $34.95, MLGC 46 is your item number there. Cool. How do we get going with this then?
To start, because the stag print fabric is canvas, it's a good idea to zigzag the edges before you start.
Okay, so you'd cut out the pieces that you need.
First of all, I draw them out onto the fabric, but leave space between them. I've cut this out with a border around it because it makes, if you're going to zigzag, which I'd recommend, it makes it easier. Instead of zigzagging, cutting it out and zigzagging right up to the edge, if you zigzag following the line first and then cut it out once the zigzag's done, you won't have damaged or frayed even a little bit of the edge before you start.
Okay.
Because if you handle it, I mean, you could use pinking shears as well, but if you handle it too much, which sometimes turning things...
It's just because it's a canvas fabric,
just because
isn't
it's
it?
canvas.
That's just what happens with the canvas fabric. It's a thicker thread, so it does do that. But look at the fabric. I mean, it is a fabulous fabric. It's so worthwhile. I have a very similar fabric for my cushions and lampshades at home.
I love this fabric.
Love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it. So $34.95 gets you this kit. So once we've zigzagged, we're getting multi-buyers on this. Gosh. Now the bunny sold out very, very quickly. I do just have to tell my producer, Paul, have you turned off your mic? Okay. There we go. That's easier. I can hear you now. I was just getting an echo before. That's all right. He was telling me things and I couldn't hear. So we've got multi-buyers on this already. Lots of you joining us on this already. Jo, you're in demand today. Do you know what? We'd better get on with it because you know what happened last time? The rabbit went... Whoosh.
It did. Should I zigzag this?
Yeah, let's zigzag and show us what you mean. Now, $34.95. Oh dear, Who Part Kit. Producer Paul, I did hear right this morning, didn't I? That we do have extra hoops on the website for you. Yes, we do. So you've drawn round the template.
I've just checked, I've set it to the correct stitch. You want quite a small zigzag, so I've put it on 2mm.
Right. If you have on your machine an overlocking stitch, can you use that?
It might be a little bit deep for the seam allowance. It's worth checking, just experimenting first on a bit of scrap fabric.
So you're going within that line?
I am.
Okay, so I thought you were going to go outside of the seam allowance, but you're going in it.
And I've raced ahead a bit and not done.
So using that needle down as a pivotal point to go around all of there. Oh, fab. And of course the thread that's being used is the thread that comes in the kit, so you're getting the thread, so you don't even have to go out and find a thread that's going to match. It's all good. I like this. When you cut out, do you have to add a seam allowance, or is the seam allowance
that's included? Yes.
Oh, hence why you can just see, go along that line, and that's actually within your seam allowance.
That's right.
Elizabeth has messaged in. Hello, Elizabeth.
There we go.
Oh, the postman's just delivered her embroidery scissors. What else? Her quilting clubs and a free sewing kit. Thank you ever so much. She's all ready to go. Excellent.
Fantastic.
And Sammy's messaged in. Hello again, Sammy. She says she's ordered this already and she's loving the idea of this project. Very popular.
Right. So from this point, zigzag, I have been a little bit speedy here and there.
That's okay, that's okay.
For TV.
Yeah.
But then you can trim the pieces, making sure you don't hit the zigzag stitch.
So you trim down to where you drew round your initial pattern piece.
Yes, it just makes it much easier to work with when you're sewing. You're not worried that it's going to fray.
Oh, I see. Excellent. Now, using the Fiskars scissors today, these are just fab. 27 centimetre blade here. These are meaty ones, aren't they? They really are. As soon as I see those orange handles, I know that I'm in good hands in terms of blades and comfort and cut. Yes. These are good ones. $37.95 VMGQ 51. Look at the size of these. They are mighty, absolutely mighty. And this is the thing. Here we go. Snippity snip. Why, yeah. And I've just watched you snip again, sharp right to the tip, snip into that little V that you've got in the pattern there.
Yes, that was no problem.
Big pair of scissors, yet still doing those intricate snips. Perfect. Which part of the deer is that? Is that the side of his head?
It is.
Is that like that bit?
It's that bit.
Okay.
It's always much easier if you know, show it on your own face.
The international symbols of toy making.
I'm going to do antlers next.
Brilliant. What's next then? Oh,
so
the antlers.
You've cut out all your pieces.
Yes.
You don't need to zigzag the pink spot. It's just the canvas you want to.
It's such a gorgeous material to work with, and that texture to have. It's so worth taking the time just to do that little zigzag around.
It is. And actually the canvas makes it much easier later on because it really holds its shape. So you keep all the, the shape. It doesn't bulge out. You keep all the shape as well. So
I love it. I absolutely love it. And I love that we've got that black and cream and then that vibrant pink.
Yes.
It's fab.
Oh, another tip actually, I best mention. It works nicely if you centre one of the stag's heads in the centre of the middle head piece.
So when you're cutting out, make sure that you've got that.
Fussy cut that one piece, and it does make a difference. It's quite striking if that's in the middle of the head.
No, I like that. So today is all about Simply Sewing. Simply Sewing is our sister magazine, and of course it's our second anniversary, second birthday, if you will.
It's come around so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you go onto our website, you can go onto their website, so you can get a special offer here. Your first 3 magazines from then for just £3. Nice. But that's only today. It's only just to celebrate. That's our little celebratory gift to you.
It's a great offer.
Even though you didn't bring cake. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Oh, antlers.
Antlers.
I'm going to make you do the sign every time. You know that, don't you?
Right.
Antlers.
I'll
We're on to
start
the antlers.
as I mean to go
Yeah.
on.
You get a lot of felt.
There is a lot of felt in the kit. So you don't have to worry if you make a mistake on... Because it is quite a fiddly sew to go around the edge.
Okay.
But I often... Because you're only making 2 per day, I
Yeah.
often walk the needle round, really, round the tight curve. So needle down, pivot with the needle through, lift the foot, pivot, and do another stitch.
Could you blanket stitch it and do it by hand?
You could do.
You've got the
Absolutely.
black embroidery thread, haven't you? So you could just,
And there's-
if
yeah.
you wanted to make a feature of it, just blanket stitch around.
Definitely. There's plenty of thread in the kit, and you could do that if you felt more comfortable.
Nice.
These are 2 I've
So
made.
perfect. Look at this. That is perfectly done.
But I don't just do it in one continual. I do cheat a bit and walk with
I
the
don't think
needle
it's
down.
cheating. It's just getting it's getting it perfect.
I think it would be impossible to do it otherwise, actually.
There we go. So many people going for this today. Absolutely loving it. It's kit day here at the Sewing Quarter. Oh dear. Everything you need to make at least one. Under £35 makes you what? The only thing that you would need to do for the next one is just buy another hoop, and we've got those on the website. So if you're making multiples, because let's face it, if you've got more than one grandchild or child, you're going to have to make multiples.
You will.
Or just buy another kit. £34.95 is your price for this. I think he's rather fab. So we've done round there. We've sewn round there. But now what?
It's important to clip the antlers so that they turn nicely and sit nicely.
So this is becoming a theme with the toy making, isn't it? Is to debulk.
Yes, there's
Yes.
quite a bit of clipping involved.
I had to make some Tilda snails on a show the other day, and it was the same around the intricacy of the snail. I cheated and used pinking shears.
That is a good idea.
It's a bit of a, but do you know what?
I'm quite impressed. I've never thought of doing that. I mean, you couldn't do with this one because you do need to make quite a deep cut into the internal corners, like that.
Nice.
And then clip V-shaped notches again.
Okay, whilst you do that, thank you very much for being in touch, Maureen. Lovely to hear from you today. Linda, thank you. Gwendolyn, Gillian, who else? Elwyn, Owen. Hang on. Oh, Owen. Oh, right. Okay, it's all right. Oh, Producer Paul with his Brummie accent. I can't quite understand what he's saying. No, I didn't rip your Brummie accent. I just said it was. Oh, I'm in trouble now. Brummie accents. Very, very proud of a good Brummie accent. It was just that one name I didn't get. Sorry, Producer Paul. So we're snipping around these antlers. Thank you so much for joining us at home, and also Joe Carter in the studio here. Toy designer extraordinaire, I'm going with.
I might put that on my CV.
Feel free. Feel free. If it's not on there already, it should be. Because first sellout live on air.
I know.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, I think. Oh, is it not? Toy-wise it is. Kit-wise. Yay. No.
I'll claim it anyway.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Lovely. Okay, so he's looking like he's got cactus ears right now.
They do have a cactus quality about them. But from there...
But that's what you should have.
Yes.
Yes.
Just to remove the bulk so the seam allowance can fit into these sections here.
Ah, so it's just around those curves.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And then it's a case of turning it the right way out. Now, it's quite fiddly to turn it the right way out. It's worth doing that one first, then that one, and then the whole thing will turn.
Which one first? This one?
The largest one.
The longest one, okay.
Should I
Go
do
on
that?
then. Yeah. If you say it's fiddly, I'm going to make you do it.
I know.
Do it. Just
in silence.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Whilst you, oh, hello. So you do it from that way round.
I do.
This is why, you see, it's important to get our experts to show. So
I turn it to there and then do the next one.
Oh, that's clever. I would have struggled doing it the other way.
So I'm guaranteed now to put a hole in it because...
But it's okay because you get 8 sets of felt, so you've got plenty of felt if you do go through. We're looking at the Oh Dear Hoop Art Deer Head Kit. It's a mouthful, isn't it?
It is a bit.
But it's a great kit. Look, because you get your hoop, you get your thread, you get your embroidery thread so you can do his eyes. You also get so much felt, and then you get a 1/2 metre of each of those fabrics. So a 1/2 metre of the deer, 1/2 metre of the polka dots, 1/2 metre of the black. If, just throwing it out there, you were making this for a boy that might not want the pink, you've got plenty, you've got the black, you could do a black background, couldn't you?
You could do, it'd be nice in...
Yeah, and then it would be really contrasting and ooh.
Really striking.
Yeah, so...
I mean, there's so much fabric in the kit, you could make... I think you could probably squeeze 3 with the hot pink, the raspberry.
Yes.
But if you used a different lining behind it, I mean, you really could get several out of this. There's plenty of fabric with it.
Great value kits here at the Sewing Quarter. You're going absolutely crazy for them, and I don't blame you. Don't blame you. We have one of these deers in our offices, and everybody comments on him. You'll be having a conversation with someone, and suddenly they'll stop, and because say I'm sat and he's just behind me, and the eye line suddenly changes from looking at me to just. And you just see a smile on their face as they go, "Is that a stag's head?" You're like, yeah, it is. We're animal lovers here. This is as close to a stag's head as we're going to get.
It's the vegetarian-friendly version of taxidermy.
Perfect. In colours that suit. Love this. If you've just joined us, it's Simply Sewing's 2nd birthday. Jo Carter, of course, a regular contributor to the magazine. For every magazine edition, there's a toy, isn't there? And regularly it's yours.
It is.
Fabulous. If you want to grab a magazine, then here we go. When you sign up today, then the first 3 issues would be £3. But this is only today. Only today. So if you're loving Simply Sewing, if you're loving the designs that you've seen, all of these kits have come from Simply Sewing, then make the most of that offer. T's and C's all apply. They're all on the website. Go and have a look. Let's get on with antlers.
So the next step is to stuff the antlers. That is quite time consuming, or it can be, so I've pre-done some.
Do we need to add stuffing into the kit? We need to get this. We need to get stuffing in addition to the kit, don't we? I think. Producer Paul's not listening. Hello? Oh, is that the case? Extra stuffing required. We're just having a quick look. So you stuff the antlers, and then...
Once you've got enough stuffing to fill them...
Right.
And you're happy with that...
Yes.
You want to push the bottom 2 inches, the end, in as far as you can, because you can readjust that later on.
So do you almost sort of overstuff that bottom bit because you want that...
You just want to move the stuffing out of the way as much as possible, because then when you sew them into a seam later, it's flatter. You're not having to put your sewing machine foot over a chunky bit of filling.
Yes, I wish I'd known that tip when I was stuffing snails the other day.
It does help quite a bit.
Yeah,
actually.
no, absolutely. Brilliant. This is a top tip, and that's why we have brilliant experts here at the Sewing Quarter from our sister magazine, Simply Sewing. Happy birthday and all that. So we've done the antlers.
I would baste those closed just to seal the ends.
By
at
hand
that
or
point,
on the sewing machine?
On the sewing machine. Within the seam allowance, you don't have to remove the stitches later, and it just means that when you sew them in, they'll definitely be level and both have an equal seam allowance.
So do we need to do that?
Should I do that?
Yeah,
just to
let's
demonstrate?
do that. So let me give you the details, the code that you need, MLGC46, in order to get your... Oh dear. Who came up with that name?
I think the magazine came up with that name.
I love it. So your Oh Dear kit, but what I can't get over is how much you're getting in this kit. It's huge.
The fabric is brilliant.
Huge. A 1/2 metre of each of those fabrics, 8 pieces of felt and a hoop and thread, and the thread for the eyes. Perfect. There's a lot, all of that. That's a lot of antlers that you can potentially get there. Nice.
I think you could. Yes, there's a good number of antlers there.
That's nearly all of Santa's reindeer.
You could have the full set.
You could.
You could maybe add them onto a headband and have your own set of
nice.
antlers.
to match your wall art. No, I'm with you on this. I'm with you.
Right, so the antlers are prepped.
Do you know what? This is so popular, isn't it? It's so on trend having stag's heads. We've got a porcelain one on the walls, just in white. But, you know, for kids' bedrooms, you want a fabric one, don't you? These are absolutely great. I've kind of seen some in the shops, a different variation of very expensive.
Some are very expensive.
Freddie was not getting one of those. I couldn't justify it. But this, $34.95, is really affordable. Great. Lots of messages this hour. Thank you so much. Oh, who's this? Oh, Lucy. Hello, Lucy. It says, hello, Joe and Natasha. Hello. She's enjoying watching the show.
Excellent.
While she's sewing. Nice.
Perfect.
Perfect accompaniment. Brilliant. Now, we've got antlers.
Next, we can do ears.
Okay.
So,
antlers and ears.
I've pre-sewn that one.
Okay.
Should I go with that one?
Yeah, why not?
The edges are zigzagged, but I would still just clip.
Do you know what? I'm staggered that these massive, great...
I know, and bet I'm using the bottom few millimetres.
I didn't mean to say, I didn't, Produce Paul's laughing at me saying staggered. I didn't mean, oh dear. Right, okay. I'm very impressed at the fact that the end of those scissors will snip such a tiny little triangle.
They really will, and it's no problem either. You're not fiddling about. They're really sharp.
Good, aren't they? Awesome. So we've snipped into those.
So I'll turn it the right way out. And to give the ear a little bit of shape,
yes,
I've stitched a channel and stuffed the top part of the ear.
Just the top
and
bit.
left the lower part empty. Well, actually, the sewing line now will seal off the bottom of the ear.
Are you going to show us this little bit? Because I'm not quite sure what you mean.
I will. In fact, I might draw it on first.
Okay. So again, having that pokey tool there just to make sure that you can get the perfect ear. We've got a knitting needle, but it doesn't have to be anything wizzy. You use a
screwdriver.
Screwdriver. There we go. You see, whatever is to hand that's not going to pierce the fabric. That's the thing. So it's all about the kits today, in honour of Simply Sewing's second birthday. Hurrah! So we've got a pen here is this one of the air...
The air erasable.
Hey, fab. If you need any air erasable pens or pencils or anything like that, do check out the website. A whole range on that. What are we doing with it?
I'm going to sew across the ear from this bottom corner across up to the top there.
Okay.
And it will seal off this portion of the ear, but that's okay because we're not going to fill that. And we're just going to... It creates a channel and we want to put some filling in the top of the ear.
Here we go.
Shall I do that?
Fab. I wouldn't have been brave enough to have put a deer fabric onto a deer, but I love it. It really works.
It does.
That's why I'm not a designer. The amount of fabric that you get in this kit is just astonishing. For under £40 to get all of that fabric there, you're going to be able to make a lot. Stock up on your hoops as well, because then you can just keep going with them. It's only the number of hoops that's going to sort of hold you back. So yeah, do top up on those. They are on the website as well. One comes in the kit, so you're good to go with that. Brilliant. So we've made a chamber and stuff it.
Just pop some stuffing.
So this just gives sort of a bit of detailing to the lobe.
It just gives the ear a bit of shape. And
how did you get into toy making?
By accident, really. I was taking a year. I was doing some temp work, and the company I worked for was taken over.
Right.
And they asked, "Did I sew?" I said I did, and asked, "Would I like to train up as a designer for them?" And
oh, really?
Yes.
Just as a temp, and that's just a happy accident.
And I never, I stayed for 10 years.
Wow. This is one of those jobs that you never knew existed, isn't it?
It
is. Who knew that you'd be designing kits for a sewing channel? But here we are. You see, sewing channels and things, they didn't exist when I was at school. It wasn't that. But here we go. The Oh Dear kit. You get, for $34.95, you're going to get the stag head material, that beautiful polka dot for the back, 1/2 metre of black material. just for his nose. How much more are you going to have left over? That's just crazy. Then you've got all of that fabric, felt fabric for the antlers. You get the hoop, you get the thread, and you get the embroidery for the eyes. Fab! Everything that you need. What a great kit. He's just gorgeous. I love him. There, it's out there.
Stuffing is a bit fiddly. I'll stop there, but you get the idea.
Well, it's something to take some time over, isn't it? I save the stuffing until I'm sort of in front of the TV.
I do.
And it's one of those TV tasks.
Because you feel like you're still doing, you're not sat down and relaxing.
Yes.
In other words, you don't have to make the cups of tea.
That's right. I'm glad I'm not the only one that does that. I'm just busy doing this. Could you, I'll just have milk and one, thanks. So we've done ears, we've done antlers. He's starting to take shape. What's next?
And I'll join the face pieces together. I have, let's see if I can find them all. Here they are.
All the instructions. Can I show you the instructions again, actually? Because the instructions are fab. Obviously, this is the different colour version that was in the magazine, but the instructions are all here. Look at these. You get all of the photographic, all the written, and of course, if you've watched the show, then you can watch again on the website, and also you can watch again now on YouTube. All the shows get uploaded onto YouTube as well. If there's one that you just have to watch again, then they're all going to be there. So if you're looking on the website, of course, don't forget that we've also got a special offer because we're celebrating our sister magazine's second birthday. So do check that out. If you want to subscribe to Simply Sewing, then you can get your first 3 issues for just £3. But that's today only. T's and C's all on the website for you there. Cool. We're about to sew faces.
We are. And it's not necessarily how you would expect a face to go together.
Okay.
The nose goes into the middle.
I don't have any face expectations.
Well,
I'm going to be honest.
I assumed people might have, but probably they wouldn't, would they? But
I don't know. I don't know. We make these assumptions, don't we? Okay. So, oh no, you're right.
It joins as a 3.
It's like the nose is the pivotal point.
It is. I brought the wrong side. But they join like that.
Okay.
And this section here forms a dart in the nose. And it just gives the nose a little more shape.
I'm going to go get the
front.
nose to just show you. Hang on. I'll be back with him in just a second. I am stealing him. Tell you what, I'd like a new nose at the moment. I do apologise for my sniffing and snuffling. It's the joy of having a child that's just started nursery. It's like I send them into a Petri dish every day. Here we go. This is the dart on the nose. There we go. Isn't he fab? And just that fabric, that choice of fabric here just works so well. So this is where Jo said to get the pattern in the middle. So to fussy cut, make sure that you're getting that in the middle. And it really is, he's fab. He's friendly, isn't he? Look, he's got a little smile going on there. He's quite happy. You know, if you're going to have a stuffed ear, this is the way to go.
You want a jolly one.
Definitely, yeah, jolly one. He's happy to be there. That's everything in the kit for $34.95. If you've just joined us, hello. We are making deer heads.
So I've attached the middle head to the top of the nose.
Middle head to the top of the nose, right.
And I'll attach a side face at the nose point to the bottom of
so
the
the
nose.
pattern that you get in the kit has that seam allowance included?
It does.
Nice.
And all these steps are fully explained.
Lovely. So if you've watched, great. If you didn't get a chance, don't worry. If you watched a couple of days ago and you don't have a chance to make it whilst you can still remember, don't worry because you get all the instructions. Or if you want to make extra ones, you can. Perfect. So this is our deer head kit. It's been kit day today. We're all about the kits. Can I pop him there by the magazines? There he is. There. Nice. Okay, so we've got a side of the head, front of the head.
And I will join these together along this seam, but the end of the seam is the dart
in the
nose.
Dart. Okay.
So if I can fold this over. So is that visible? That pinches over, so it's a little fold at the end.
Yeah. You see, you would be so good at dressmaking because if you can dart a nose, you can dart a dress.
Everything I've ever made for myself doesn't fit at the end. Whether I was significantly smaller when I started and grew through the process of sewing, I think it's probably, that's what I need to perfect, my fitting skills. Or I don't have any.
Is that why you stick to deer?
Yes. Nobody has
animals.
to wear that,
No.
so that's fine.
It would be a fancy dress, wouldn't it? Okay, so you put a dart in the nose and then that pulls those together. And you
So-
start to get that shape then, don't you? It's starting to want to go 3D with that dart.
If you give it a little pinch and just check that the sides of the nose line up, and they do.
Nice.
So I'll sew then down
Do you
here.
pin? Are you pinning this or not?
I'm not a pinner because in my old job we were encouraged not to use pins because we were making toys.
Right.
And because if
you
you
don't
lose
wanna
track of one,
Yeah.
that could spell a problem.
Isn't
really.
it funny? And yet we've just had Rebecca Reid, technical editor of Simply Sewing, who was pintastic. Everything was pinned because she was trying to get that that intricacy and matching up the different lines absolutely perfectly. And then here, no, pins are no-no. So this is absolutely perfect to have different designers with different expertise showing us different ways. And of course, this kit for this hour is the Oh Dear Hoop Art Deer Head Kit with the fabric, thread and instructions. There it is, everything that you need to get going. The thing that struck me, the very first thing, and I did have to check with my producer, I said, are you sure you get all of this fabric? Are you absolutely sure you get a ½ metre of each of those fabrics and 8 pieces of felt? Yeah. 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 All that fabric.
It's a very generous kit.
And the felt and the hoop. Perfect. You are good to go.
So there we have
The side of the
one
head.
of the side head pieces put on, and you can see the little dart in the end of the nose that just gives it
Gives it that shape.
that little bit of shape.
Nice.
And then once the other side head's on, close the darts, and by doing that I just bring them together and sew along. With some darts I would taper them in, but these it doesn't really matter. You can just
Is
go
that
straight
because of the
across.
canvas that you're working with? It's more structured, so it doesn't matter, or
Partly that, but as well where they fall on the face, it's quite nice to get a bit of an angle.
we're
in there.
contouring.
Yes.
A contoured stag head. This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'm going to let them look at you because I might sneeze. It's the joy of the cold. I'm very apologies. Apologies for this. There we go. There we go. Right, that's your oh dear kit. Sorry about that. You don't need to hear me snuffle and sneeze.
It's that time of year. I also have some tissues stashed.
Oh,
just in
we've got them
case.
stuffed everywhere. Here we go. This is your oh dear kit. Oh dear, $34.95, and he's been a bit of a hit.
Excellent.
Love him. Incredibly popular this hour. Designed by Joe Carter, who happily has joined us in the studio today. Hurrah! So
So there we go.
for
We
me,
have
go on.
the darts
Yes.
closed. I'm going to skip on from this point to...
I'm just going to show where these darts are. The darts, of course, are giving the shape. So we've put a dart in there, dart there, all the instructions coming with it, so don't worry if you go, ooh. And you can just start to see how that's making a shape around the head. Oh, that's that way, isn't it? No, it's not. That's that way, there. Cool. Okay. Oh, hello, I spy antlers.
The antlers are in.
The antlers are in. Antlers.
So-
International sign of antlers.
I'll show the face.
Nice.
So that's
good
the-
face.
Face, and then before sewing the back of the head on, I like to baste everything in place so it's... And I will do it one by one as well.
Machine based.
Machine base, so
Okay.
keeping the pin in the antlers.
Oh, yes.
You've got a flat join.
Okay.
So there we've...
So that's just making life easy for yourself, isn't it? Because you're not having to run the foot of your machine over a great big lump of antler.
Yes, anything that can make it easier. Yes.
Awesome.
Lumpy antlers.
Nobody needs a lumpy antler.
And then these are the neck pieces.
Right.
And I don't join them fully, but I sew down to about here, just past midway or around midway, just to join them together.
To there, and then you've got all of this undone.
Yes. And that means... And actually, when I sew a head on like this, I always do it in 2 parts. So I line up the centre, and I will sew from that centre point down one side, and then I'll return to the top and sew down the other side.
Why don't you go from one side round to the other?
Firstly, because you can make sure that your points in the centre line up, so it's
Right.
gone on straight.
Okay.
But also, it's easier to sew a gentle curve, than it is to sew a tighter one. It just means it's two easier seams rather than one.
So set yourself up for success.
Yes.
Is what we're
Cheat
saying.
where possible.
Excellent.
And so from there, I'd sew this on. Shall I?
Yeah, let's do that.
that?
Now, again, you're not pinning here.
No.
I take on board your point about if this is going for a child, you want to keep account of your pins. So we've just got 2 pins in the antlers. That's all we've pinned so far, isn't
Yes.
it? Okay.
But that's probably where I go wrong with dressmaking.
Oh, do you not pin with your dressmaking
Well,
either?
I'm just so out of the habit of pinning.
Oh, no.
that I need to be a part-time
now,
pinner.
Rebecca Reid will teach you all the ways of pinning. you want to talk to her. She knows all about pins. Now, there's options with the kits, I think, and I love that with kits, is that you can either have them and make them yourself and then keep it, have it, make it yourself and give it away, or you can give the kit to someone as a kit, as a present, as a, hey, you're a crafty kind of a person that loves a bit of sewing. Have a deer head. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. What level do you think this is?
I would maybe say intermediate. There are cheats to get round certain things. The antlers are quite fiddly, but if you walk the needle round, just do a stitch at a time.
Yes.
That's fine. And
That's what you mean by walking the needle round. Just
yes.
stitch by stitch, just turn.
With the needle down,
turn.
lift the press of the foot and just adjust all the way.
Yes.
That's how I do it still.
And it gave a perfect finish on that antler. Absolute perfect finish. So, you know, a great way to learn skills then.
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant. Perfect.
So I've done one side.
Oh, let's have a look at this. So here's one side of our stag set. Oh, hang on. There's his nose down there. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, he's not stuffed yet, obviously. Okay, and so then we need to sew down that side. Yeah. So you have to flip it then, don't you, to the other side to then sew down from that centre point.
So you've got a different one on top.
So you don't sew from the outside up to that centre point. You sew from the centre point always.
That's the way I do it. But
Kind of makes more sense.
It's not necessarily the right way of doing it. I find it easier. It's however people are most comfortable. There's no right or wrong answer, really.
I guess it's one of those things, isn't it, that it minimises getting a sort of a ruck or anything, doesn't it? So it's a great way of doing it. $34.95 for your Oh Dear Hoop Art Deer Head Kit with fabric, thread and instructions. And if you're joining us on the website, sewingquarter.com, please do get involved. You can message us from the website, but we also have a nice little extra for you. So if you go and have a click on the right-hand side of the website, enter Simply Sewing, then for today and today only, T's and C's obviously applies, then you can get your first 3 issues of Simply Sewing for £3. Saving 83% on the shop price on those first 3 issues. I like it a lot. T's and C's applies. Take a look on the website, it's all there. But all of the kits that we've brought to you have all been in the magazines over the past 2 years. So if you're loving what you've seen, why not regularly get that magazine for that bit of inspiration? Now, this is, of course, Jo Carter's kit. Hello.
We're on to the raspberry fabric.
Already? Gosh.
Well, I'm spinning on a little bit just because I want to get to the fitting it into the hoop at the end. Now this forms the mount. Now one end is slightly wider than the other.
Okay.
That one. So this would be the bottom.
Right.
And because we've not closed this seam all the way, we only did it to midway.
Yes.
You can sew one onto one side and then the other onto the other side and then return to that and sew along and then finish off up the mount to close.
Oh, okay.
But before you sew these on, it's a good idea, because of the curve, to just snip just 2 or 3.
These scissors are fab, aren't they? Really fab. Details are on the screen for you. $34.95. very elegantly cut there with a big pair of scissors, but you know, this is when you know you've got a good pair, when they are sharp right to the tip. Perfect.
Definitely don't want to use them for anything other than fabric.
No. Oh no. Well, you've got a busy household, I've got a busy household. It happens.
You see, it just makes it that little bit easier when you sew a much shallower curve onto it.
Yes. Just by making those snips. I'm just going to hold that here for you to see. So, curve, and then shallow curve. Curve, shallower curve there. Cool.
And you'd sew that onto the corresponding side.
So the thinner one to the top.
So this,
is that right?
This will be the top.
Okay.
So you would sew it onto that side.
So thank you for all your messages today. So I'm concentrating intently on here. I really want to make this dear. Absolutely fab. Thank you so much for getting in touch with us. $34.95 gets you the deal. Lots of you loving this. Joe Carter's first kit sold out with the rabbit. Gone. So if you want to guarantee that you're getting the deer, do check out your basket. You know, it has been very popular today. Give us a call as well. Our UK free phone number is 0800 112 4433. Now, a word about the free phone number. 1 takes you through to sales, 2 takes you through to our help team, who, if you've got any questions, they're happy to help. If they don't know the answer straight away, they'll get back to you with the answer. That's nice.
It is.
I like that. Oh, hello, Mr. Deerhead.
So this is one I made earlier.
Uh-huh.
So once these are joined on, then you can close from the nose all the way down along there, and then from the midway, the part seam up there, just carry it on round.
Okay.
So then,
so it looks like he's got a little skirt.
It does. Like a little ruff around
Yes.
his neck. Or...
How very Elizabethan of him.
Seems they would have stags' heads up, wouldn't they?
Well, they would have done. Absolutely. They were big into their hunting. Nice.
And there we have... Now, at this point, I would stuff the head and draw on the eyes and embroider the eyes, just because it's easier and it's more manageable to get your thread round. So I shall stuff the head.
Okay. Now we're then going to put this into the hoop. So $34.95 MLGC46 is your code to get this. You get the hoop, you get all the fabric that you need, you get all the essentials. Do you know, I say you get the fabric you need, it's the fabric and so much more. I did have to double check with our producer. I was like, are you sure? Half a metre of each, you don't need more than a, you know, no, you get it, you get the lot. Which means, if you're doing this for a kid's bedroom, you've got plenty to make a matching cushion.
You have.
Haven't you?
That would look really nice,
Or a
wouldn't it?
pillow. Or a pyjama case. Or something like that.
There is plenty you could do.
Lovely.
Lots of different things with it.
Oh, lovely. Yes, there you go. Right. Loving him. He's just, oh, look at those little ears, those little antlers. He's brilliant. It's the detailing, it's the texture in the ears, it's all that kind of thing that's just working so beautifully with this. You're a clever lady, Jo Carter.
I was just very well trained.
Well, whatever it is, we reap the benefits and we're very grateful for that. So years and years you've been doing this?
I have.
Excellent. If you've just joined us today, hello. It's our first day of full kits, which means that everything you need is included down to the thread. I like this because you might be an avid sewer, but you might not have an embroidery thread to do eyes. Don't worry, it's in the kit. You might not have had an embroidery hoop. Don't worry, it's in the kit. You might not have felt. You might have beautiful fabrics, but you might not have felt. It's in the kit. It's all there, ready to go in the kit, so that you can make this at home. Yes, love this. He's a good dear. I'm liking him an awful lot. If you're after stuffing, go on the website. It's the only thing that isn't part of the kit. I think because you're going to make so many, and it's up to you how you want to stuff him. So, do you know what? it's a couple of pounds on the website for some stuff, and it's really not an expensive thing to just add into your basket, which reminds me to talk to you about your baskets, because no matter how many times you check out over the course of the day, you will only ever pay one P&P, which I think is brilliant. £2.95 is all that you'll pay. Our postage is done per day, not per item, not per time you check out. It's done per day. Now, with this kit, you get the instructions as well, so you've got everything that you need to get going. Now, you're adding eyes.
Yes, I've just used a pen to mark where they'd be. I'm happy with that. So I'd look at it and they're even.
This is where you start to get the character, isn't it?
It is. Actually, a lot of character is added with something called face shaping at the end, which is internal stitches, which sometimes just pulls the corner of a mouth up and just creates a bit of a cheek. And there are some tricks really to giving animals a little bit more character.
Fab.
So it's detailed in the kit, but I would embroider, so back stitch a circle and then fill it in with long stitches.
Here he is. So he's looking fabulous already. And then here, this is the air erasable pen, which is starting to air erase. And then, so back stitch around, then fill in just with like a satin stitch.
Yes.
Okay.
And you can bring, if you've got enough thread left, you can bring it to the next eye and do that one. And taking the thread between the eyes and pulling slightly just brings the eyes in that little bit and just gives it a little bit more character.
Like that. Oh, we've got a message from Sarah. Hello, Sarah. She says she's got all the issues of Simply Sewing and she loves making your soft toys.
Oh,
and she's making a what as we speak? A cat as we speak?
The cat is in the current issue.
Yeah, the cat in the current issue. Okay, for anybody that doesn't know what a satin stitch is, can we just let everybody know how to do a satin stitch?
Well, in this instance, I would just do long stitches that just went across, because the eye isn't very big.
Yes.
Just went straight across from top to bottom and just fill them in.
It's a filler.
Yes.
Isn't it? It's a filler. Okay, now talking of filling, we've got to pop this into a hoop.
Well, the back of the hoop is lined.
Wow,
because
even
you have to
lined.
seal the filling in.
Right, okay.
Now what I've done, you need a circle. Now I've just used a dinner plate as a template. Because
I love how the dinner plate's coming in. We've got rectangular dinner plates. That's no good, is it? I need to go and get myself some proper circular ones.
I think it's about 10 inches in diameter.
Okay.
So you don't have to get new dinner plates.
Right,
You know,
okay.
It's not.
I could get myself a protractor.
And there's not one in the kit. And then press it in half.
Okay.
And then cut it in half.
Oh, right, okay. All the way in half.
Along the fold.
Nice. Perfect.
And then from there, right sides together. And you want to join these together, so sew along. But when you get into the centre, for about 5 centimetres, lengthen the stitch length to as wide as it can go.
Right.
Just for that section, and then go back to the normal stitch length.
Why are we doing that?
Because we're going to open those stitches up when it's like that. And because when they're big, they're just easy to
to get into. Okay, so through that centre section, just longer stitches. Excellent.
Just give a little fold so I know where that lies, roughly.
Anne has sent a message. What did she say? She said, oh, she wants to make a unicorn.
I have made a unicorn. I've trialed horses. I find very, very difficult, actually.
So
not
is it
that
easier?
A unicorn's a horse. They're magical.
Well, they're magical horses, aren't they? Clearly, magical horses. Unicorns, very on trend, of course. So I think maybe we should get you back with a unicorn. Can we put in a request? Well, yes, says producer Paul. There was absolutely no hesitation there. He's straight in with a yes. We want that. Now, the kit that you need is here. So, oh dear, Hoop Art Deer Head Kit with fabric, thread and instructions. Here it is. We're about to use the hoop. We're about to show how to hoop him up.
So I've done some large stitches there that can be opened up later.
Perfect.
You want to open it out?
Yes.
If you just finger press, just because it does make opening the stitches easier. Where's my...
Oh, there he is.
So at this point, we want to pop it into the hoop.
Oh, really? This early on? Where is the hoop? What have we done with the hoop? Hello, hoop. Shall I borrow the... Oh, we've got a spare one over there. I'm going to borrow the hoop from over here. It's all right. We'll borrow that. Now, take a look at the website as well. You can buy everything on the website. Don't forget, you can get that. Now, if you want to take advantage of a special offer we've got today, and that is to get your Simply Sewing magazines, your first 3 copies for just £3. That's a saving of 83%. T's and C's applies, and the offer is only for today. Only for today. Oh, we found another hoop. Oh no, that's the other bit of the hoop. So okay, so we undo the hoop.
The inner hoop into there like that. And we want to centre that roughly over there. This is the fiddly bit, really.
Okay.
I regularly do this and the hoop pops out just when I think I've got it to the perfect.
So this bit of the hoop here goes at the top because that's actually going to act as your wall hanging bit. So
yes,
if you
can
nail it
add
to the
a ribbon
wall.
to it, or I just put it straight onto a hook.
Yes.
Using that.
We have, okay. So spend a little bit of time getting this right, because this is, you know, once this is on, he's on.
Let's see if I can centre that a little bit better. There we go.
And have a play as well, because getting him absolutely centred perfectly is going to be key to him looking fabulous. And he is fabulous.
Open that up a little bit more.
But have a play. This is, any embroiderer will be feeling your pain right now.
Yes.
Getting hoops live on air.
They're great things, but
Sometimes, especially live on television as well. And because you then pull that fabric out so that it's nice and taut. At home, take your time.
It's only part stuffed at this point, but you open those stitches up later.
That's why you do it,
and
okay.
complete the stuffing.
He's fab. Absolutely fab. Yeah. So you're sort of stretching the fabric taut like a drum, aren't you, in there?
Yes, you want it to be nice and tight and centred as much as possible.
All coming in the kit. You get your hoops and everything in the kit. If you want extra hoops, look on the website, because you get so much material in this kit. Once you've done one, you're going to be wanting to make so many more.
Yes,
and
once you've got the hang of it and know how it's made, it's not as complicated as it looks.
So then you unpick the back stitch.
Before that, I would just run a line of running stitch in the black. It looks really nice against the pink, all the way round, so that it seals, it holds these two fabrics together.
Oh, okay. Hand stitch that?
Yes, I just hand stitched a running stitch all the way round. It's a nice detail, but also it does hold those two fabrics together.
Lovely.
And then from there, you can see the wider stitches.
Oh yeah, you can.
You just unpick those and restuff, finish off stuffing
as much as you like
through the back, the rest of the head.
I think he's
and
brilliant.
Then you can close that by hand.
Excellent.
Once you've finished. And then the very last thing is to trim this down to about 1/2 inch all the way round.
Yeah.
And I just add PVA glue or fabric glue on the inside of the hoop and stick it round.
Oh, brilliant. Now, we've had a question, how do you make the antlers so that they aren't floppy, there's no antler flop?
The very last stage is I sew from about just over 1/4 inch or just under 1 centimetre in there. I would stitch that bit of the antler to the head. Just so
really?
It holds it forward. It just holds it up in an upright position. Yes,
oh,
it might be visible on that one.
Shall I go and grab him and have a look? Let me see. I'm going to grab him so that we can just see. Oh yeah, you can see. So look, this is your kind of your antler holding stitch here. So there we go. That's where it would have been, and then he's been pulled forward a little bit. There you go. You ask. And we're told, oh, hey, look, we can see, this is, you know, Jojo said about the running stitch. You can really see that contrast in the black. The black thread, of course, coming in the kit as well. It's nice, isn't it?
It looks
Luke's
really nice.
straight back saying thank you. No problem. We're here to help. Excellent. $34.95 for the kit. I love him. It's out there. Absolutely adore him. I think he's just so friendly. Oh, let's look again at that stitch on the eye here. Look at him. There we go. So that's the eye. You back stitched round and then just filled in across there. So $34.95. MLGC 46. Jo, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. I can't believe we're nearly at the end of 4 hours. How fast has that gone? I'm going to leave you there for a moment. Thank you so much.
Oh,
brilliant kits, absolutely brilliant. Come with me because we're going to go through what we've done today. Have a little recap. Now, this is what's happened. It's Simply Sewing's 2nd birthday today. Simply Sewing is our sister magazine. So here at the Sewing Quarter, we have other magazines that are all under the same umbrella. And Simply Sewing is one of those. It's their 2nd birthday, and Jo Carter is a regular contributor to the magazine. There'll always be a toy. There'll always be some dressmaking within Simply Sewing. So Jo Carter regularly makes those toys within Simply Sewing. She's brought us a stag's head. She brought us the rabbit that sold out in record time earlier, but if you want to get the stag's head today, $34.95 gets you. Look at all of this material. I mean, you just use a tiny bit for the nose, but you've got half a metre of black. You then get all of that gorgeous canvas as well, and of course you get that really gorgeous raspberry polka dot there. So all of that, that was the deer kit that we've just seen this hour. But we also had the apron kit first off. That was the technical editor Rebecca Reid brought us the apron first thing, which was absolutely lovely. That was Makawa fabric that we had for that. It was what was it? The Marina fabrics that we had for those. So nautically inspired for those, and they were $18.95 for those. There it is. That's what we made. The details just coming up in a moment. So $18.95 for that, and your code for that, ULGC42. That's what you could be making as well, so that you can, well, no, we can't guarantee it makes you a domestic goddess, but you know, not far off as soon as you pop on your pinny and off you go. But really beautifully put together apron there. That's an intermediate sewers project there. Then we also had the scarf, that lovely scarf. This is the infinity scarf with 5 different half meters of fabric. So you don't use the whole half meter of each of the fabrics, so you get plenty left over to make other projects. But it's just a gorgeous scarf with lots of different colours going on there. 0800 112 4433. If you want to ring up to place that order, then please do so. And that was $19.95 for that kit. All of these kits that we've seen here, great value for money, oodles of fabric in these, and just lots of fun. MIGC91 gets you that lovely infinity scarf. We learned lots of different techniques with that one. Do check out your basket though to make sure that you're not disappointed. We want to make sure that you get these orders. Now, of course, join us online. If you missed earlier shows, then you can watch again online again. Hello if you're watching again. And of course now, as of yesterday, I do believe our shows also get uploaded to YouTube so that you can watch again at your leisure if you miss it on the actual day and on the website. So if there's something that you wanted to watch again, check out there because you'll find that there. So there's lots of ways to find us, lots of ways to watch. Thank you so much for all of those that messaged, and thank you for all of your messages. Thank you, of course, to our very talented guests, Rebecca Reid and Jo Carter. It's John tomorrow, so I'll see you after the weekend. Bye-bye.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter.